another scare when the oil temperature gauge on this car malfunctioned. They did everything they could to bring that gauge back to life, but they couldn't do it. They had to take the car off of pit road back to the garage. They drained the 18 quarts of oil, changed the gauge, reconnected it, refilled it, had to go back through NASCAR inspection, and then got the car back on the grid. Dale Jarrett starts fourth, but not till after a big scare prior to the race. Here's John Kernan.
Last week in Las Vegas, Dale Earnhardt started 37th in a brand new race car. He drove to a 7th place finish. Today, Earnhardt rolls off from the 33rd position in a very familiar race car. This is the car they introduced late last year. He drove it just about every racetrack. Doesn't qualify particularly well, but it always seems to run well in the race. I asked the team just moments ago how they thought they were going to do, if it would be a repeat of last week when he came from the back to near the front, and they said, oh, yeah.
Earnhardt, Jarrett, all the others are set to go for 325 laps of racing. The purse near $2 million. They should need fuel between laps 55 and 60 if there are no cautions. Bobby Labonte has the race record here at 159.90 bar, set in November of 1997. The pace car will be moving away very soon now. Here is the EverStart Walmart starting grid. It shows that Bobby Labonte, who has won 3 of the last 5 Atlanta races, has the pole position. Mike Skinner will start alongside. He was 9th here last fall. In the second row, Tony Stewart, his second top 5 qualifying spot in 4 races, and Dale Jarrett with 1 win and 4 seconds in his last 5 Atlanta races. Jeremy Mayfield will start on the inside of row number 3, 3rd place in last year's race, and Jeffrey Bodine, his 35th race here at Atlanta. In the 4th row, Buckshot Jones, his first NASCAR Winston Cup top 10 start, alongside Jeff Gordon, the winner of this race last fall. In row number 5, it's Joe Nemechek, his best Atlanta finish 8th, and last year's pole winner, John Andretti. Starting back in row number 6, Ted Musgrave on the inside and Jerry Nadeau on the outside. In the 7th row, Mark Martin and Wally Dallenbach. Starting in row number 8, Elliott Sadler, the 5th fastest in happy hour, and Chad Little alongside in row 8. The 9th row will have Kenny Irvin, in 5th place finished last spring, and Sterling Marlin. The 10th row, Rick Mast and Ward Burton. In the 11th row, we have Ernie Irvin, who won this race in 1994, and Kyle Petty.
Back in row 12, Rusty Wallace, 4th year last spring, alongside Michael Walker. In row 13, Jerry Labonte, the 1997 champ, and David Green. In the 14th row, Derek Cope crashed here yesterday afternoon in the NASCAR Busch Series alongside Bobby Hamilton. In row 15, Ricky Craven, new car, new ride in this Atlanta race alongside Rich Bickle. In row 16, Bill Elliott looking for that magic in Atlanta in 1999 alongside Steve Park, who crashed here last year. Dale Earnhardt back in the 33rd spot alongside Kenny Wallace, new team for Kenny. In the 18th row, Dave Marcus and Johnny Benson. And now we see the provisionals. Jeff Burton, the winner last week, will take a provisional alongside Ken Schrader. In row 20, Jimmy Spencer and Kevin LePage. Row 21, Ricky Rudd and Brett Bodine. And the 43rd spot goes to Darrell Walter.
4 drivers missed the field. Number 77 car of Robert Presley, the 91 of Steve Grissom. Harris Devane actually withdrew before second round qualifying, and Morgan Shepherd in car number 90 also failed to make the field. We have a lot of onboard cameras set to work for you here this afternoon, beginning with the number 94 car of Bill Elliott.
That's the McDonald's onboard camera, and then Bobby Hamilton, Briggs & Stratton onboard camera. And Derek Cope will be carrying the Brian Foods onboard camera. Must be awfully sore today after that crash yesterday. And Rusty Wallace, the Miller Lite onboard camera. Wally Dallenbach, what a great year he started. He started off in 1999. He'll be carrying an onboard, starting in 14th spot.
The number 6 car of Mark Martin also will be carrying an onboard camera. He's starting in the 13th position. The 20 car of Tony Stewart, the leading rookie candidate for 1999 in the Home Depot Pontiac. Mike Skinner, who we thought won the Busch race yesterday, but he has been disqualified because of a post-race inspection. We'll tell you more about that as the afternoon goes along. Mike starts outside row number 1. And the pole sitter in the Circuit City camera will have Bobby Labonte on the pole position. You see the Pace truck up ahead leading the cars around this 1.5-mile speedway. The field consists of 19 Fords, 15 Chevys, and 9 Pontiacs, and right now Ford has the advantage in the Manufacturers Championship.
And I saw a couple of raindrops on those cameras alongside Skinner and both Labonte, but just every once in a while a raindrop.
Let's hope not. In 79 races here previously in Atlanta, pretty good division here. Ford has won 25, Chevy 24, and Pontiac has won 8 times. Of course, this track was reconfigured a few years ago. This is the 4th race on the new configuration, which has made it quite more demanding for the race drivers. As a matter of fact, what is now the tri-oval here, where the most of the crowd sits, used to be the backstretch. The starting line was moved over here to accommodate the new configuration.
You see the jet drivers still on the apron of the racetrack, making sure the apron is dry. And these cars, these 43 cars going around the racetrack, they will help as much as anything to dry this racetrack, because the exhaust on these race cars, that's about 4 or 5 inches from the racetrack, is about 1,000 degrees, and there's nothing like race cars to dry that track off.
And so while some spots on the racetrack and on the pit road are being dried up, and the track and all the conditions around the racetrack are perfect for competition, we will take a break and come back for the start of the Cracker Barrel 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, which has been delayed because of weather.
Did you see those raindrops?
No.
Good.
I didn't, and I don't want to.
Good. I thought I saw someone at camera in the back.
Tended one, although it was, of course, interrupted several times by rain.
It was a good race last fall. And Las Vegas last weekend, same rules applied. They had here last November. I think that was a much better race than last year. And once again, the groove yesterday afternoon was 2 lanes wide. Right now, the bottom lane will be the preferred line. Let's see the jockey as these cars drive down turn 1, trying to get to the inside of the racetrack. That'll be the best race of all, trying to get to the inside.
Pace truck is off the track, and the green flag waves. The Cracker Barrel 500 underway as Bobby Labonte and Mike Skinner and the others race down into turn 1. The backstretch, that's Tony Stewart in car number 20, the rookie, taking the lead and inserting himself from the inside groove. Here's the field moving off of corner number 4, and it appears as if Tony Stewart is going to lead lap 1. Indeed he does.
Man, was that a gutsy move by Tony Stewart to pull it, make it 3 wide down the backstretch. Now his teammate Bobby Labonte right up on the back bumper. Here comes Jeremy Mayfield. He's alongside Mike Skinner for the 3rd spot.
Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 car. We're on board in the Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse onboard camera with Mike Skinner running in 3rd position. Some of the cars a little loose coming off the corner. That, by the way, was the first, now the 2nd lap that Tony Stewart has led in competitive NASCAR Winston Cup racing, but his teammate Bobby Labonte now assumes command as the cars move through the 1st and 2nd turns.
Under NASCAR rules, you get 5 bonus points if you lead, 5 bonus points if you lead a lap. That's why Bobby Labonte wanted back by. He's 30 points. He needs those 5 points trying to win the championship. There we see Jeremy Mayfield pull up behind the 20 car. That gets the car in front just a little bit loose. He had to move up the racetrack to catch that back in, give him a spot to finish.
And now with Tony Stewart on the outside lane, it may mean that he moves back a couple of positions. Jeffrey Bodine in car number 60 now moves or tries to get alongside of him as they go down the backstretch. Jeff Gordon in the 24 car is following Bodine. Well, there appears to be 2 grooves, Benny. At least it's beginning to come in a little bit.
It's starting. As long as these cars run up there, it will get, these second grooves will get good, but it's going to take about 100 miles because we see that the 20 car, Tony Stewart can't keep up with Jeffrey Bodine as he goes by. He has to back off a little bit more than the cars on the inside of the racetrack.
Jeff Gordon now moves to his inside. Racing down the backstretch. Dale Jarrett in the 88 car also comes up to make the challenge.
And Jeffrey Bodine slides up up the racetrack, gives that spot opening to Jeff Gordon. He goes to the inside and takes the spot away, or trying to take the spot away.
And now Tony Stewart, who was on the outside, hung out, as we say, now moves to the inside, and he will take back the position that he lost to Jeff Gordon just a lap or so ago. Here comes John Andretti, Joe Nemechek, and others. Meanwhile, back here in the back half of the field, we've got some great side-by-side competition. The 2-car is Rusty Wallace. 21 is Elliott Sadler, also a rookie. Kyle Petty is in this competition, and others.
There we see Bobby Hamilton of Briggs & Stratton onboard camera. Hamilton's running back in 29th spot, 28th spot, make that as he gets on the inside of Rich Bickle.
Oh, David Green up there in the 41 car, loose through the corner. He's running up on the high side of Terry Labonte.
There we see Earnhardt trying to follow Bobby Hamilton. And Steve Park, Derek Cope, the Bryant onboard camera, follows up, closes in on the Jimmy Spencer automobile. That's in 32nd spot.
For a taste of the race, here's our Bryant telemetry as we're on board with Derek Cope. See how the speed and the RPMs fall into this car.
He goes down the minimum speed in the corner about 162 miles per hour. Now, as he accelerates down the backstretch, this should be a little slower than the front stretch, up to 190 miles per hour.
You heard him get off the throttle right at 190, backing off for the corner. Up ahead is Ricky Craven in the purple and yellow car, and Jimmy Spencer, the red machine.
Now we saw 190 down the backstretch, 193 down the front stretch. So we can see it's a little bit faster because the straightaway is longer.
Back in about 9th position, John Andretti, Chad Little, Sterling Marlin, and Ward Burton are running nose to tail. Here comes Chad Little, trying to get to the inside of John Andretti, and Ward Burton does move to the inside of Sterling Marlin. Ward Burton in that Caterpillar sponsor number 22 car with the great run last week at Las Vegas, battling with his brother Jeff and coming out in 2nd position while his brother went on to take the checkered flag.
There's yet another paint job on the Jerry Nadeau car. He's back in 14th spot behind Sterling Marlin in 40.
By now, those guys running up in front are going about 185.5 miles an hour. This group of cars back in the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th spots. Back now to this battle that we followed a few moments ago. Jimmy Spencer, Rich Bickle in the 45 car. And the 99 car of Jeff Burton worked through traffic after a poor qualifying effort.
After taking provisional, started 37. Right now, the last lap by has been shown in 34th spot. It's not that his car isn't faster. It's difficult getting through traffic.
You have to be very patient here in the early going of the race, especially because of the unknown conditions on the racetrack because of the rain we had earlier. Kevin LePage drives the 16 car. We're on board now with Bill Elliott. That's LePage to the left and Rich Bickle up ahead.
So Bill Elliott started in 31st position. He's now fallen back to 35th.
5 wins here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, 4 pole positions. A great record for this driver who grew up in Dawsonville, Georgia. Brett Bodine in the Paychex Ford number 11 moves alongside Rich Bickle. That's the battle for the 34th position, and on the inside, Brett Bodine takes it now. Bill Elliott will go inside and pass Bickle. This is the shot from overhead Atlanta Motor Speedway, courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam. The ceiling rather low here this afternoon, and so the Copter Cam isn't as high as it normally would be. Still transmitting good pictures up front. Meanwhile, it's still Bobby Labonte who has the lead by 1900ths of a second on the Mike Skinner car, with Jeff Gordon running in 3rd, Tony Stewart 4th, Jeremy Mayfield 5th. The rest of the top 10, Bodine, Jarrett, Nemechek, Dallenbach, and Andretti.
Car was faster that lap a little bit. He did, huh? 5 points.
Speedway, the Cracker Barrel 500 is 19 laps old, and we have a new leader. And before we went to break, Bobby Labonte was leading, and Mike Skinner has now assumed command, and this is how he did it.
Going down in turn 1, Bobby Labonte gets in the corner a little bit too hard, drifts up the racetrack, leaves that opening for Skinner. He takes advantage and takes the lead.
And gains 5 points. And you talk about how the points are so valuable. In 1992, the championship was won by a margin of just 10 points. And now we have Tony Stewart passing Jeff Gordon and going to 3rd position. Good run for Tony Stewart. Jerry?
Guys, when the race began, Stewart moved away and led a lap, but then realized very quickly his car was too tight, meaning it would not turn entering turn 1 or turn 3. But he also knew that the tires began to heat up, the tightness would go away, and the car would become more neutral. A neutral race car here at Atlanta is a fast race car. That's what we're seeing right now. Tony Stewart is on the move.
Stewart has experience on this track, the NASCAR Busch Series, and also from the Pep Boys Indy Racing League competition. He, of course, a champion in that series in 1997. And Dale Earnhardt has crashed.
No, that's the caution. Wave them off. Wave off.
Sliding down the banking to the apron of the racetrack, but this is something you don't see very often. Dale Earnhardt crashing.
And it looks like some heavy, heavy damage to the back of the Goodwrench Chevrolet and also the left side.
Bringing out our first caution of the afternoon, Dale Earnhardt has 8 victories at Atlanta Motor Speedway, more than any other active driver.
See him moving around inside the car.
And the window net being lowered indicates that he's okay, but you can see the disgust that Dale Earnhardt has. And there is considerable damage there on the left rear, VP.
Yes.
Safety crew arriving at the scene. We're on board with Bobby Hamilton. Let's see if we can find out what happened to Dale Earnhardt.
Going down in turn 3. Earnhardt he starts on the outside of that car, and his second groove just isn't there right yet. He tries to go on the outside of that car and could not quite make it. And bam, in that outside retaining wall.
John Kernan has more.
I just talked to the crew, and they said Earnhardt told them on the radio that he was okay first of all, but he said he's not sure if a tire blew or what happened. He said just all of a sudden the car broke loose and got away from him.
Well, he walked to the ambulance and will be checked over in the infield care center, but obviously he's okay. But a very badly damaged race car and an unfortunate early out for Dale Earnhardt. We're 23 laps into this race, and so that means that those cars drivers that choose to do so will be coming in for a pit stop, and it looks like that just about everybody is going to make that option.
That pace car driver must be awfully long. Oh, there's somebody going to follow the pace car around the racetrack.
That's Ricky Rudd down to Bill Weber.
Dale Jarrett is on pit road. His car is a little tight. They'll take a pound of air pressure out of the left rear. They also made a wedge adjustment of 1 round out of the left rear also. Left side tires going on. He should have clear exit from his pit stall. The car fell off the jack. They're having trouble getting the car back on the jack. Jarrett's car sitting on the ground. They have to get a second jack. It looks like the first jack actually broke. Labonte is away. Several cars already away. Jarrett with a very lengthy pit stop. His second problem today, and this race is only 24 laps old.
And a lot of congestion getting off pit road also. Down to John Kernan.
Terry Labonte was in the middle. His crew have a great stop. No problems on the right sides. They got around to the left sides, got the tires off cleanly, but then they had problem getting the left front tire in position, so it cost them a couple of seconds. Down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
And an adjustment on the car number 18 of Bobby Labonte. Like most of the cars in the lead 5 or 6, they were all complaining of the car being very, very tight. They made a wedge adjustment on the left rear of his car. 4 tires, fuel, cleaned the windshield, and Bobby should be much more neutral now, much like his teammate Tony Stewart will go back to green flag. Bob?
Pit stops because of a caution. Dale Earnhardt crashing his last Atlanta DNF, was second in 1983 race. More after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
Let's play that thing, see if it did any damage to the bodywork on the 88 car. The camera, the RF camera on the other side of the wall. See if there's any damage to the sheet metal on the 88 car when it fell off the jack.
Going on?
Jack it up on it. No damage. Okay. Yeah, Rusty was not doing too good, huh? Where'd he pit? Where's he pit? Yeah.
Bill. What's halfway?
Bill, if you just ignore them, maybe they'll go away.
That's right.
Just ignore them, maybe they'll go away.
63.
How many laps is this race? 3 what?
Waved it off.
Okay.
Okay, it didn't actually fall off.
Still under caution here at Atlanta Motor Speedway because of the crash involving Dale Earnhardt. We had a series of pit stops during this caution. We did have 2 drivers that elected not to pit. Dave Marcus and Ricky Rudd. Here is the 88 pit stop.
They're jacking the car up, but the car is not going up. There's something wrong with the jack. They finally get another jack from the other side of the wall and jack the car. Bill Weber, what happened?
Benny, here's exactly what happened. You take this jack, you slide it under the car, you pump it up, and then you lock it into position. But now this jack is designed to hold a 3,400-pound stock car, but watch what happens when I stand on it. It slips down, and that's exactly what happened. They would pump up the car, the jack would slip, the car would settle back on the ground. Every crew has a second jack behind the wall. They use that to jack up Dale Jarrett's car and then send him back out. He lost valuable seconds and a lot of critical track position.
Indeed, he drops clear back to 26th position for the restart. Let's take a look at our cockpit summary. Skinner lost 4 positions during the pit stops. Bobby Labonte won. Tony Stewart also lost several positions. Jeff Gordon stayed the same, and Jeremy Mayfield lost 4 positions during the pit stop. And there is Dale Jarrett, who fell from 7th all the way back to 27th position now. He's being shown in the serial scoring. We told you that Ricky Rudd and Dave Marcus did not make pit stops. Rudd finally did. Dave Marcus has now made a pit stop. However, he is being credited with leading the laps under caution. And we are under caution because of an incident that happened on lap number 23.
Dale Earnhardt, the Goodrich Chevrolet, goes in turn 3, and all of a sudden the car just goes around, told the crew that maybe a tire went flat.
Heavy contact with the left rear of the race car, sliding down to the apron. He did get out of the car and walk to the ambulance and is being checked over at the infield care center. At the moment, it is Joe Nemechek who is the leader of this race over Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Mike Skinner, and Jeffrey Bodine. It remains a very cloudy and cool day, and in fact we have seen a few raindrops in the past hour, but nothing real serious. Back down to pit road.
Great run for Ward Burton. He has worked his way up to the 6th position. Now, yesterday in the Busch race, his Busch teammate Dave Blaney finished 2nd. When the winner of that race, Mike Skinner, was disqualified this morning, Blaney picked up his first win. It's important to point this out because Blaney's car was extremely strong. Now, Burton lost an engine in happy hour here Saturday afternoon, but while they were changing that engine, car owner Bill Davis said this 22 car would be as good as Blaney's car was on Saturday. So far, they're marching forward. They picked up a lot of positions on the track and a few on that pit stop. Let's go down pit road to John Kernan.
Kenny Schrader and his crew decided to try and get a little track position by taking right side tires only, but upon exiting the pit, Schrader got into something with the left front air dam. Some damage there, not too significant, but it did punch a hole in. He had to come back on pit road, so they went ahead and changed left side tires, put a piece of tape over the hole in the left front, so doesn't look like it's anything but cosmetic damage for Schrader, but he lost a lot of positions there. Jerry?
Until last November, Jeff Gordon had never run very well here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. But they're getting a little extra help today. Take a look on top of the pit box. That is ABC's Joan London, who is here sitting beside Ray Evernham, the crew chief for Jeff Gordon. Joan is here doing a special called Behind Closed Doors, which will air on ABC, about Jeff Gordon and what all happens on race day. And if NASCAR wants to come to pit, she's listening to the crew chief, talking to the engineers there, and learning a lot about NASCAR firsthand from Jeff Gordon. Bob?
Oh, it's very nice to have a celebrity like Joan London watching our race here this afternoon, huh?
Pretty neat. Too bad the weather can be more cooperative. She's a little bit nippy down there, I'm sure.
Sure, yes. Jeff Gordon is in 3rd position as we get set for a restart here. The drivers have been told they'll get the green flag this time around. They'll get it on lap 31 at the completion of lap number 30. Joe Nemechek at the front of the field as the pace truck pulls off, and we're set to resume competition in the Cracker Barrel 500.
Go, go, go to the right. To the right. 1.5.
Mike Skinner trying to get to the inside of Jeff Gordon as they head down into turn number 1 as Labonte and Nemechek separate themselves from those two.
And here comes Skinner on the inside. Ward Burton on the inside of Jeffrey Bodine. That's Jeffrey in the 60 car. Here comes Jeremy Mayfield in the 12 car. He also gets by the 60 car of Jeffrey, and Ward Burton gets by the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Now he's taking a look at Mike Skinner in 31.
Kenny Irwin in the 28 car now moves alongside Jeff Gordon, entering turn number 1. You see the cloudy conditions Labonte, who has taken command of this race once again. He's looking at Burton and Nemechek in his rearview mirror. Look at Skinner on the outside.
Couple of Pontiacs up front. Bobby Labonte, Pontiac Grand Prix. Also Ward Burton driving Pontiac Grand Prix.
Bobby Labonte had the fastest lap at 185.517 last time around. On board with Wally Dallenbach. That's Sterling Marlin ahead on the left and Jeffrey Bodine on the right. John Kernan is with Dale Earnhardt.
Dale has been checked out in the infield care center. He looks to be okay. Dale, any idea what happened?
Just got out from under me. Just one of them things. I don't know. The car was driving too good to just get loose. I don't think we just got loose. And it don't look like a tire was down or nothing. So unbelievable. It's just a bad time for us. I don't know. We'd fought the car all week long, and we'd changed some setups and put some stuff under, just about like Skinner had under his car. And the car was driving great. I was making progress on the track, so I don't know what happened.
Dale Earnhardt very disappointed right now because he had made up a number of positions out there on the racetrack before this crash.
Well, he may be able to get back out there, but again, his last DNF here at Atlanta was the second race, the November race in 1983.
Wow. Jeff Gordon been looking on the inside of Mike Skinner. Skinner blocked him down the backstretch just a little bit. But again, Gordon pulls up right on the back bumper.
Skinner moving to the inside of Nemechek and Jeff Gordon coming along.
I'm assuming that Nemechek only changed 2 tires or fuel only on that pit stop to get track position, and right now that is starting to show.
Taste of the race with our onboard telemetry from Brian Foods. There you can see that they do touch the brake. In fact, he was on it quite a bit there in the third corner.
Yes, he was, because if you don't touch the brakes going in the corner, the car will drift up the racetrack. You drag the brake in the corner to keep the car on the bottom. You learn that on quarter-mile racetracks. 197 miles per hour. Once again, keeping the foot on the brake, dragging it with the left foot to keep that car on the bottom as best you can.
And Jeff Gordon closes in now a little bit on Mike Skinner. Skinner is in third, Gordon in fourth as Ward Burton runs second, and Bobby Labonte separating himself now by a second and a half as he begins to draw away from the rest of the field. He's running almost 2 miles an hour faster than everybody else, Benny.
Yes. Watch when Skinner drags on the brakes. We see Jeff Gordon pull up just a little bit, about a car length, and now he's right on the back bumper of Skinner.
And Skinner is working on Ward Burton for second, third, and fourth right there. Jeff Gordon won this race last November to end the 1998 championship season for himself. Now Skinner to the inside of Ward Burton takes second, Gordon takes third, and all of a sudden Ward Burton finds himself running fourth.
You see that Jeff Gordon drove the car down in the corner so hard to get that position on Ward Burton. He could not hold it on the bottom, but Ward was not able to come back. And you see Jeffrey Bodine driving to the inside of Kenny Irwin, trying to take the spot away. Irwin wisely backs off, lets him go. That's a battle for the 7th position.
Here comes Sterling Marlin up to challenge Kenny Irwin now for the 8th spot. Meanwhile, Jeremy Mayfield is alongside Joe Nemechek. So indeed, Nemechek, who did lead after that caution period, is beginning to drop back just a little bit. And Bill has more on Nemechek. Did he just change too, Bill?
Absolutely right, Bob. They had to gamble for track positions. 2 right side tires for Joe Nemechek. He's another Winston Cup regular that ran the Busch Grand National support race here on Saturday. Perhaps he learned something in that told him he could do 2 tires. He's been in a lap after lap, side-by-side battle with Jeremy Mayfield. A gutsy performance for Joe Nemechek on 2 new right side tires.
And in that outside lane, Benny, he's holding back Mayfield.
He is holding Mayfield back. I think Jeremy doesn't want to really drive it in there and pull the slide job on because they might make contact, and this is too early. Only 40 laps into the event. It's too early to be taking a chance.
Napa Field summary shows you the points right now. Bobby Labonte moving up 1 position. Jeff Gordon up 2. Ward Burton 10 positions up right now. And of course, these positions will fluctuate as positions change on the racetrack during the afternoon.
See, now Jeremy could have driven the car down in there, but they might make contact and crash. It's just Jeffrey Bodine drives it on the outside, takes a spot away, and here comes Sterling Marlin. So this is going to cost Jeremy a couple of spots as Wally Dallenbach, the Budweiser car, pulls up behind him.
To the inside of Sterling Marlin. Battle for 7th position here between Mayfield and Marlin. And you can see there that Mike Skinner now is 2.1 seconds behind Bobby Labonte. There is Labonte, who will win a bonus of $22,800 in the 76 Challenge bonus if he can go on from the pole position to win today's Cracker Barrel 500. But we're very early in the race, as only 43 of 325 laps have been completed. We'll be right back.
What lap did they throw the green-black flag back on?
31.
31? Mm-hmm. So 12 laps. Labonte looks to have a pretty good advantage for about 10 or 15 laps. And then the other guys start closing in or, running about the same thing.
Okay.
Rusty's next to last. He is last as well.
Huh.
Kyle Petty on schedule to stop pit road.
Let's do the 6 first, and then I'll have a handheld shot in the pits for the 2. Okay.
A time to swing the position in it. Everything's settling down.
Yep.
Bobby Labonte enjoys a 2.07-second advantage on Mike Skinner and about a 2.5-second advantage on Jeff Gordon here in the Cracker Barrel 500. 48 laps have been completed. The car on the move, however, is the number 99 car of Jeff Burton. He took a provisional to get into the lineup, started in 37th position, and right now he's running in 13th.
Just past Kenny Irwin to take that spot while we're in break. And they kept talking about this car did not qualify well, but it would run well in the race.
Last fall, he started 35th and finished 4th. John Kernan.
I just talked to Jeff Burton's crew chief, Frank Stoddard. They took 4 tires under that pit stop. I asked him if it was a particularly fast pit stop. He said, no, it was about average, about 17, 18 seconds. The car is really good. He said Jeff really likes it, although they did make a slight chassis adjustment in the right rear. But Burton, one of the guys to keep an eye on out at the racetrack. Let's go down to Bill Weber.
Well, first of all, Mark Martin's car was loose before that caution flag pit stop. They made a chassis adjustment and an air pressure adjustment to tighten it up. The car has gotten worse. It is very, very loose. Now another critical development for Rusty Wallace. He's gone backwards as well. His car was loose before that stop. They made an effort to tighten it up, but they believe that Rusty Wallace has a bad right front shock. They suspect it could be broken. They've been running around in the pit, going through their shocks. Robin Pemberton had one in his hand, and they are discussing it with Rusty if he wants to come in or what exactly the problem is. They think it could be a broken right front shock on the Miller Lite Ford.
You saw him pass the 45 car of Rich Bickle, but that only moved him up to 40th position. Bickle is in 41st, and those 41 cars are the only ones on the racetrack, as we do have Kyle Petty, who has gone behind the wall, is off the track, and of course the 3 car of Dale Earnhardt is also behind the wall because of the crash.
Now here's the bad news for Rusty Wallace, because the leader, Bobby Labonte, the Interstate Battery Phonic, is right behind him to put him a lap down, and this early on, that's a crushing blow for Rusty Wallace.
Wallace second in points coming into this event, and he was leading points at this time last year. John Curtin once again.
We expect Ricky Craven to be on pit road any moment now. The crew up on the wall, tires at the ready, maybe a tire going down as Ricky makes his entrance onto pit road. And the right glass is out. They're going to put right side tires on. One of the crewmen told me he wasn't sure if they had a flat tire. But I can't see from this side if the glass is out or not. But that's what we're being told. They will go to work on the right side. And now they will get a new glass. They're going to put it in. That is part of the rules. You have to have that glass in the car. So while he's on pit road, they're going to go ahead and put it in. Ricky gunning the engine, saying, come on, hurry up, guys. Get it locked into place. But now he's caught for speeding. The NASCAR official telling him to sit right there. Now he'll look at his watch, 15 seconds. And this team is disgusted. They hadn't already had a big enough problem. Now they got an even bigger problem. But you got to give this brand new team a lot of credit. They qualified for all 4 races this year. They came in at the beginning of the season without owner's points from last year. So it was an uphill struggle all the way. A new team formed late in the year. They did a great job qualifying for every race so far this season. But now they have lost a couple of laps off pit road.
Roaring back into competition, his best finish in 1999 so far was 22nd at Rockingham, and we understand the number 4 car is the one that's now on the move up to 13th position. This is Bobby Hamilton.
That just drove by the 99 car of Jeff Burton, the winner last week. Here's Bobby Hamilton's car, the Briggs & Stratton onboard camera, and there we see Terry Labonte, the 11th place car, 12th place car right now.
And for a taste of the race, here's the Brian telemetry once again with Bobby Hamilton. Let's see what his speed and RPMs are. He is in traffic. Oh, he takes quick work of Terry Labonte.
He does. He pulls up behind Terry Labonte. Probably got the Kellogg's car a little bit loose as Labonte chased it up the racetrack. Hamilton drove under it. Now he closes up on the back bumper of Joe Nemechek. That would be the 10th spot.
From about 190 to 168, the speed variance during that lap for Bobby Hamilton. Again, that's Joe Nemechek up ahead, who's running in 11th position.
And watch Hamilton just fly through these corners, drives on the inside. Nemechek, he'll take that spot away, move him in the top 10. Sorry, that's 11th. They battle for the 11th position. And this is exactly what Hamilton did last year. He qualified, started in 28th position, I believe. Last year, he would go to the front, and something happened, go to the back, go to the front.
Briggs & Stratton onboard camera looking back to Joe Nemechek. Bobby finished 6th in the race last November after rolling up and down through the field. And as a matter of fact, that was the second time in his career that he has finished 6th here at Atlanta. His best finish at this facility.
Inside. You'll see Jeff Burton on the inside of Joe Nemechek.
So after leading on lap number 31, Joe Nemechek has fallen back to 13th. Tony Stewart, who led the first 2 laps of this race, is now running in the 10th position. We've had 5 leaders. Bobby Labonte has led the most, 42 laps. Mike Skinner has led 8, Nemechek 4, Marcus 3, and Tony Stewart, who started 3rd, took the lead very quickly on the first lap and led the first 2 circuits.
And Bobby Hamilton is about 3/4 of a second behind Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart, the first segment of this race had one of the fastest cars out there. You'll see Hamilton can chase him down and pass him.
And of course, there's a lot riding on this race for Tony Stewart because his sponsor, Home Depot, is headquartered here in Atlanta. And he has a lot of people watching his performance here this afternoon. Probably a little incentive for him to lead those first 2 laps. Jerry Punch has a report on Bobby Labonte, who's 1 1/4 seconds ahead of Skinner.
Guys, prior to that first pit stop on lap 24, Bobby Labonte had 3 problems. His car was loose entering the corner, meaning the back end wanted to come around. It was tight in the middle of the corner, meaning you couldn't turn it. And when he got in the gas, it was loose coming off. So they came down pit road and decided to roll the dice. Ordinarily, you only make 1 adjustment at a time to fix the car. Like if your TV has a problem, you adjust the color or the tint, but never both at the same time. If you look at the car number 21 of Elliott Sadler in for an unscheduled pit stop, he is out and away. Now, Bobby Labonte's crew, during that pit stop, decided to go ahead and make a wedge and a track bar adjustment at the same time. That's something you don't usually do, but whatever they did, they guessed exactly right, because Jimmy Makar has this car dialed in, and Labonte is honking.
Every lap, he separates himself just a little bit more from Skinner.
And Skinner right now has separated himself from Jeff Gordon by about 2.5 seconds. So right now it looks like the Labonte, the 18 Interstate Matters car, and the 31 the Lowe's car, Mike Skinner, are the class of the field.
Fastest lap last time was Bobby Labonte at 181.9, and the second fastest lap was Jeffrey Bodine, who's running back in 5th position. 63 laps now completed at Atlanta. Count them off for us, Ray, will you?
Look at him. Look at him.
Keep us posted.
Skinner gained about a 1/2 second on that lap.
Mm-hmm. Labonte was working traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops, that didn't help anything. Kenny Irwin is way off the pace as well. The 28 car is off the pace too, guys.
Oh, man.
I say off the pace. He's not. He's having trouble keeping up. 28 car. Well, the 1 car got lapped, so they decided now would be the time because thing goes green. Guess they needed a chassis. Who's that in front of Rusty? 45 car?
Yeah, they've been running together all afternoon. No, it isn't.
Chad Little's the first Ford. There's a car down there. What car is that that's very slow? 58 or 9? I guess that's 58. Okay, thank you.
Stay with me on this.
I'll put on my glasses.
Mikey, if you can keep the shot wide enough to show me Dave Marcus, I would appreciate it. Well, ABC Sports welcomes you back to live coverage of the Cracker Barrel 500 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. There's the facility located actually near Hampton, Georgia, about 30-35 miles south of downtown Atlanta. 69 laps have been completed. These overhead shots, by the way, courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam, circling overhead in the very cloudy and very low ceiling that we have here this afternoon. As a matter of fact, early today it was so foggy that you couldn't see the backstretch. It rained, of course, but right now just clouds and cool weather at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Bobby Labonte continues to lead. His lead, however, has dwindled somewhat. It's now 1 second over Mike Skinner. Here's the Napa Field summary showing you the manufacturer's points battle.
Pontiac in second spot.
The 88 car of Dale Jarrett, remember, had a bad pit stop, and the jack wouldn't work. They had to get a second one. He is moving up through the field, now passing Joe Nemechek for the 16th position.
Outside.
Joe Nemechek spotter. Evans did on the outside. Now he's clear. That was Keith Simmons, I think, the engine builders for sounding like Keith.
16 car of Kevin LePage is having a fairly decent afternoon. There he is running behind John Andretti.
And Bob, on this restart, he started dead last because when they gave the signal 1 lap to go, he went down pit road.
There you see lap 14. He was running in 32nd on the 28th lap. He was in 41st, but now at the completion of 72 laps is up to 19th. He started in 40th position.
On the inside of John Andretti. Whoops, couldn't quite make that pass. Here comes Mark Martin. Looks like he's getting his car to run a little bit better. He's now in 20th spot.
There's Andretti in 18th. Kevin LePage and Mark Martin. Eric Koch is about to go a lap down. He's in 30th position. Cars that have been lapped include Ricky Rudd. Dave Marcus has lost a lap in his 850th NASCAR Winston Cup start. Also, Kenny Irwin has lost a lap. 55 of Kenny Wallace, Ken Schrader, Brett Bodine. Each of those cars a lap down. 2 laps down. Rich Bickle, Rusty Wallace, the 1 car of Steve Hart, who made a pit stop not too long ago. 3 laps down. The 21 of Elliott Sadler, who also had an unscheduled pit stop. John Kernan has an update on Steve Park.
Steve Park pitted for 4 tires right before he got lapped. He said the car had gotten very loose. He thought he had a problem with the tires, thought he might have a tire going down. However, they've checked the tires. The tires were okay. It may just have been a, what they call a bad set of tires. And Ricky Craven being pushed back into the garage area. Remember the problems that he had earlier. Rusty Wallace coming on pit road, and Bill Weber is there.
Rusty Wallace is on pit road. He has reported he has sparks coming inside the car. He can also smell tires burning, which means one of the tires is rubbing against the fender. They're going to check the right front first. They believe that's the broken shock. They say that side is good. They say the shock and sway bar on the right side are good. They'll put on the right side tires. They're going to check again. Bill Wilburn looking underneath in the right front wheel well. Rusty telling Robin Pemberton that he does have sparks coming up through the floor. He's going to be held for being too fast on pit road. He was losing 3 seconds a lap. Now they're going to check the left side. They'll change the tires. When they take off the old tires, they'll look underneath. Next move will be to remove the hood pins, check underneath the hood. Rusty Wallace sitting in his car, shaking his head. They want to jack the car up a little higher. These guys desperately looking to find out what's going on. Rusty said he thought it was a shock that had come loose, or perhaps the sway bar. He wants them to bounce the right side to see if something's loose. And now they're going to just go ahead and change the right front shock. So Rusty Wallace was losing position on the track, and now he will lose positions on pit road.
And a tough break for the guy who came into this race second in the point standings, just 51 behind Mike Skinner. John Kernan finished the Ricky Craven story with us, if you will.
All right, Bob, Ricky has gone to the garage area, apparently a blown motor. He said out there on the racetrack, all of a sudden the temperature gauge, the water temperature just went sky high. And they didn't see any leakage from the engine once he got on pit road. He said he thought it might have been a head gasket, that all the water just blew out right while he was on the racetrack. So Craven's day is over.
Bill Elliott also on pit road. Jerry Nadeau making a pit stop as we see Bobby Labonte lapping another car out there. That's Rick Mast in the 98, who's running in 26th.
Labonte is really going somewhere today. And right now he's pulling away from the second place car, Mike Skinner. He's opened that lead up about a half second in the last few laps. And Kenny Irwin is in the pits.
And we understand he was too fast on pit road, Bill.
Well, Kenny Irwin was losing positions on the track. He has come to pit road. This is probably the beginning of routine stops. He will be held on pit road for too fast. There is a speed limit on pit road, 45 miles per hour. These cars do not have speedometers. They measure their speed by RPMs. So Kenny Irwin gets his pit stop. Now he has to sit for 15 seconds. John Kernan.
Next time by, the 99 car, Jeff Burton, expected on pit road. He said 2 laps ago, radioed his crew chief Frank Stoddard and said, "I'm spitting water out, I need to pit." But he decided to make one more lap as the crew gets ready. They're going to take a piece of tape off the front grill. That was the plan. And then Jeff just moments ago radioed in and said, "I think there might be a hot dog wrapper on the front of the grill." And Burton has decided to stay out there. Ricky Rudd has pitted. They will put right side tires on Rudd's Tide Taurus. They will also make a chassis adjustment in the right rear. It'll be a 4-tire change for Ricky Rudd. And now the Buddy Parrott and Frank Stoddard they're talking about is go ahead and finish up their run for Jeff Burton to a fuel stop, which we would expect him to be in about 10 laps or so.
Ricky Rudd, a former winner at this racetrack, in fact won this spring event back in 1987. We continue to watch Jeff Burton, but he stays out there.
Right now, that's a battle for the 12th position. Jeremy Mayfield in car 12 is running 12. Jim Burton, the Exide car, is in 13th. Mark Martin has now moved up to the 14th spot. But not challenging these two drivers here right now.
Jeff Burton, let's see if he does this time. No, still staying out there and battling with Jeremy Mayfield as 83 laps out of 325 completed. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
That's what's happening.
Kenny Irwin come down and he got slowed down by Bill Elliott. Not those first 2 boxes where they're catching.
Yep. I see what. Mikey, where all these guys are getting caught, McDonald's is the first pit. Get a camera to shoot pit road turn 4 there if you can. Mike, if you can get one of the cameras on the roof to shoot the entrance to pit road. You're that's the 30 car finish. Mike, if you get one of your cameras on the roof to shoot the entrance to pit road.
Those first 2 positions, those first 2 boxes are where they're getting caught speeding.
They're getting caught speeding the very first block.
Tell us straight, BP.
Here. Okay, now zoom. Move the camera right. Move the camera right. That's the start right there. And you see that there isn't a pit till we get down to here. You see, and these guys are accustomed to speeding down to the first pit. But this first block, see, here's the Elliott pit. And here's where they start timing them. And this area in here is where these guys are getting caught. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Burton never has pitted, has he? Oh, yeah, he did.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motor Speedway. Pit stops the order of the day. Lap 89. Jeff Gordon, right side tires going to the DuPont Chevrolet. And look at the left rear. They pull a rubber spacer out from between the springs. Put the lug nuts on. He is down and away. Great pit stop by the Rainbow Warriors. Also the car number 4, the Kodak machine down pit road for Bobby Hamilton. Jeff Bodine on pit road in front of Bill Weber.
And they've had an amazing run after a great qualifying performance here on Friday. They've got right side tires, fuel going in. This is the first top to bottom car for this first year race team. They've raced older cars, other equipment up to this point. This is the first car they built from the ground up, and they had a good stop. Bodine's away, Jerry Punch.
And here comes the car number 18, the Interstate Batteries Pontiac, and up pit road about 100 yards behind him, the Lowe Chevrolet for Mike Skinner. The cars that are probably the 2 class of the field right now. Right side tires going on Bobby Labonte's car, a 3-time winner in the last 5 outings here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Left side tires. No chassis adjustments there whatsoever. Skinner's car down off the jack. Here goes Mike Skinner, and he will beat Bobby Labonte down pit road. Let's go to John Kernan.
Jimmy Spencer's crew finishing up a 4-tire change. Lug nut is tied on the left side. He's down and away. Spencer's been fighting the problem with his power steering. They've been unable to fix it. They wanted to put some fluid in it, but they need a caution flag so they can have a little more time on pit road to work. But now it's just a 4-tire change, no adjustments for Jimmy Spencer.
Dale Jarrett, the most recent victim of what has been really a surge of speeding violations called by NASCAR. What's going on, BP?
Here's where they start. This line is where they start timing. Now, here's the first pit. Bill Elliott is the first pit. All this area in here, these guys are accustomed to coming down at 60, 70 miles per hour till they get to this first pit. NASCAR told them today, we will start timing at this white line, and that has caught several drivers today.
Indeed it has. Now with the pit stops mostly completed, we have Dave Marcus back at the front of the field. It looks like that he also is going to be making a pit stop here, and when he does, the lead is going to go to the guy that we are on board with right now, Mike Skinner, who beat Bobby Labonte off pit road to assume command.
Just a moment ago, we saw Mike Skinner win that race off pit road. Bobby Labonte had some problem with the right front. You can see his pit stop. The jack goes under the car. All the tires come off. They put the rear tire on. They put the front tire on. The rear band is true, but he had to pick up one lug nut, one stinking lug nut, and stick it on the stud, and that cost him 3 or 4 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds anyway.
Now those lug nuts are glued on the rim so they can be there ready to be put on, but sometimes they fall off, especially in cold weather.
Kyle Petty told us yesterday in the NASCAR Busch Series race that in cold weather they really have a problem. If they put these lug nuts on too long, that glue that they use dries up, gets hard, and the lug nuts will fall off.
Down to Bill Weber on Ward Burton, who's currently 3rd, but in a good battle with Jeff Gordon for that position.
And coming off the fine second-place run at Las Vegas 1 week ago, Ward's car was tight. And when they came in for his first pit stop, they loosened him up. The problem was they went too far. So on this most recent pit stop, they tightened that 22 car back up, and right now he's battling to hold off Jeff Gordon. But Ward Burton trying to put together back-to-back solid runs and doing a good job so far.
You just get the feeling that this team is beginning to gel and come together. Gordon moves to his inside here in the tri-oval and takes the position away from Ward Burton, and that puts Jeff up in the 3rd spot, but Ward Burton is certainly having a good day. Here's John Kernan.
Bob, a few minutes ago, we told you about the temperature problem the 99 car was experiencing. Apparently, it was a hot dog wrapper that was on the front grill, blocking some of the airflow into the radiator to cool the engine. The temperature is now fine. He came in and pitted while we were away. They took on 4 tires, and they also made a slight chassis adjustment in the left rear. Terry Labonte's car was a little bit tight. They adjusted that, but the problem for Terry is he cannot communicate with his team on the radio. Terry can hear his crew chief Andy Graves, but they cannot hear Terry, so they have to use hand signals. Terry will touch the top of the car as he comes by pit road to tell him if the car is tight. He'll put his hand on the bottom of the window if it is loose.
And there is Mike Skinner, who right now has a 3.34-second advantage on Bobby Labonte. He beat him out of the pits by, it seemed, just a little bit, but he certainly has stretched that interval out on the racetrack.
As a matter of fact, the last time by, he was faster by 2 miles per hour than Bobby Labonte. He ran 184.7. The best Labonte could do was 182.5.
Second fastest lap last time was again Jeffrey Bodine, who's been consistently fast this afternoon at 184.4. Jerry has a report on the 18 car.
We talked about gluing the lug nuts onto the wheel. They use a silicone kind of glue. And let me show you. Here's the wheels. These are the tires that go on the 18 car next stop. This is the glue, the sort of cream color glue where the lug nut is attached. Now what normally happens on cold weather, you like to wait the last minute, because if this glue gets cold, it will get brittle, as you saw a moment ago, and the lug nut will pop off, costing you time in the pits. Now this morning it was about 40 degrees here. At race time, it was about 54 degrees, but in the last 15 to 20 minutes, the temperature has dropped 8 degrees. It is getting colder. It is getting the windshield becoming more and more of a factor, and certainly that's why we're seeing problems now with some of the silicone around these lug nuts.
And they're even calling for the possibility of some snow here in the greater Atlanta area later tonight. Well, those new tires certainly help, BP.
Yeah, we see before the pit stop, Bobby Labonte was running 180.363 miles per hour. After the pit stop, he picked up about a half second or about 2.5 miles per hour. Johnny Benson's car going through the corner like a snake. As they both go by on the outside of John Andretti's STP Pontiac.
Benson is a lap down in 24th position, just staying in the 24 spot right now.
And Jeremy Mayfield is about to go a lap down to Mike Skinner.
There is Skinner indeed, moving to the inside and putting Mayfield a lap down.
There's Buckshot Jones. He's in that group along with Brett Bodine. Bill Elliott is now a lap down.
Bill has more on Jeremy Mayfield.
Well, it's just been a battle for Jeremy Mayfield at this point. Certainly the handle has gone away. Very disappointing. Last week, he had a tire going down on the right rear late in the race. His two best runs have both been soured by tire problems at Daytona last week at Vegas. Meanwhile, his teammate Rusty Wallace back out on the racetrack, 10 laps down. They took off the right front shock. That shock appeared to be fine. They have no idea what the problem is. It could be an axle, it could be the ratchet. They've got pieces and parts all over their pit. If they can work on it, they're gonna. Rusty Wallace was one of only 2 drivers that came into this race with a top 10 finish in each of the first 3 races. That's out the window for him. The other guy is Skinner.
And of course, he is the leader of the race by about 3¼ seconds. Watching Rusty Wallace with Elliott Sadler up ahead in the Citgo car. There is the leader of the race, Mike Skinner, who continues to set a torrid pace here today. Last lap just about 184 miles an hour, and there are now 103 laps completed. We will race 325 here this afternoon. Bobby Labonte runs second, followed by Jeff Gordon, Ward Burton, and Jeffrey Bodine. Boy, Dallenbach's doing well too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's up 6th.
Yeah. Yeah, a little.
That's Frankie Stoddard, or as the Las Vegas newspaper called him, Ward Burton.
Okay.
43 cars really struggling today, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
75 car lap down, yep.
Okay.
19 cars on the lead lap. Second groove's coming in now, eh?
Yep.
Now we need a caution flag. Come on, Hoots.
Take one. Oh, yeah. I think they've been on all race, haven't they?
Wow. That's amazing. 2 laps down this road.
Yep. He still never won a stock car race on American soil, has he?
Nope. I think he's a little mad, don't you?
Well, that's right.
We thought he had yesterday.
We welcome you back to ABC's live coverage, the Cracker Barrel 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Atlanta Motor Speedway. When we first came on the air, we talked about teamwork and how the driver sometimes gets all the credit. Well, here's some of the faces of other team members who helped their driver win on Sunday afternoon. And on the racetrack, it is Mike Skinner who is leading this race by 2 1/4 seconds over Bobby Labonte. And Mike Skinner is about to put another lap on the 30 car of Derek Cope.
And you wonder, Cope's problem today, how much is it being sore from yesterday's crash, or being sick with the flu, or just his car not running today?
Clear all around.
Here are Roush teammates, Jeff Burton and Chad Little.
It's a battle for the 10th spot. Jeff Burton takes it away from Chad Little.
See the run down there. Wally Dallenbach doing a great job in 5th position. Tony Stewart is running in 6th spot, while Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, and Chad Little complete the top 10. There is Dallenbach in the 25 and Tony Stewart in the 20, and both of them are closing up on Ward Burton in the 22. Bill Weber.
Wally Dallenbach's not having a good day. He's having a great day. So great, in fact, on his 2 pit stops, they had made no adjustments to that car. So Wally Dallenbach, good qualifying run, same as last week. Good run, same as last week. Wally's on a mission this season. Got a seat at Hendrick Motorsports in that Chevy, and he is really pedaling again today.
And they've got some great, talk about a good team. They have got a great team with some of the great team in the 25 car, Wally Dallenbach. Tony First still the crew chief, but they brought in Slugger Labby, who was the crew chief for the 28 car Kenny Irwin last year. Also Dave Charpentier, who was the crew chief for the 75 car last year. So they got 3 crew chiefs on this team.
There are 3 members of Hendrick Motorsports. They are Jeff Gordon, Wally Dallenbach, and Terry Labonte. And for a while in the early going, Dallenbach was highest in points among those 3. Right now Jeff Gordon is, but Wally still is in the top 10, finding himself 9th in the point standings coming into this race. Jeff Gordon 5th, and Terry Labonte 15th in points right now.
Dallenbach took a look on the outside. No, I see why he moved up the racetrack, because Tony Stewart in the Home Depot car had pulled alongside of him, and he takes that spot away going down in turn 1. So put Tony Stewart into that 5th spot.
Dale Jarrett, meanwhile, is up to 15th spot. He's running with Kevin LePage, the 16 car, 15th and 16th right here. There are 19 cars on the lead lap.
And these guys had better start pedaling as fast as they can. You ever see Mark Martin come on the inside of Sterling Marlin trying to take a spot away? That's for the 8th position.
And Martin does make the pass successfully, so Mark Martin's race is beginning to fall into position just a little bit more than it was earlier. Now up to the 8th spot. Mark Martin has 2 victories here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Both of those have come in the fall events here. He won in 1991 and in 1938.
Tony Glover tell his driver, Sterling Marlin, he ran 30.80 that time. 30.80 seconds. That's how the drivers and crew members talk about the speed around the racetrack. They talk about it in seconds rather than miles per hour. This is what you're seeing on O'Brien taste of the race. Mark Martin, as he comes off the corner.
Big corner.
Will accelerate down the straightaway. Up to 188, 189,
93 there, Sterling.
195 miles per hour. It'll drop down in the corner down to a low speed of 170
Got
miles
slow
per hour.
cars running side by side here. Be on your toes. Need to go to the outside.
Hate to say it, but there are raindrops reported in some areas of the racetrack. Let's hope they are very light and will go away quickly. Bobby Hamilton and Chad Little dice for the 11th spot. Hamilton gets it.
I think as long as we don't see any more rain than we have, the cars will be able to keep this racetrack dry and they'll be able to continue racing as they are now. Let's see, Michael Waltrip coming in this thing. We're going to talk about Michael today. What a terrific 1990 he's having so far.
1999.
1999, yes. I'm going to say 9 years off.
His best finish so far this year came at the Daytona 500 when he finished in 5th position. That was his first top 5 position since 1996. And of course, he started from the outside of the front row last week.
We'll see Michael Waltrip running that high line, the line that he loves to run at all these racetracks, moving up high on the racetrack. Kevin LePage is there. Jimmy Spencer's up there right alongside. And the caution flag is coming out. It's going to save Spencer. That's down the backstretch. Looks like it is.
Jimmy Spencer running 17th, almost went a lap down, but the caution is out. Bill Weber, Jerry Mayfield's coming in.
And he's not stopping. He's going to keep on going. The problem with that car has been the throttle has been hanging, so he's been having to fight that condition on the racetrack. That's frightening anywhere, but especially here.
Well, he didn't stop because had he would have lost a lap.
Exactly. He probably was speeding down pit road, and he'll probably have to stop. But you see the yellow flag is out, and boy, Jimmy Spencer was so close to going a lap down. And with the 36 car, Ernie Irvan had just gone a lap down. He raced Skinner back to the line, but I don't think he beat Skinner.
It's the second caution of the afternoon, and this one is because of the raindrops that we mentioned just a few moments ago. First caution was for the crash involving Dale Earnhardt. He's okay, but now the caution waves again on lap 121 because of rain in some areas of the track. So the pace truck is back out there just ahead of the leader of the race, Mike Skinner, who had about a 2.5-second lead before the caution came out.
Believe it or not, that truck is not weaving back and forth. It's Skinner that's weaving back and forth.
And the pits are going to be open this time around. You can see the guy down there in the far right-hand corner of your screen waving the green flag, indicating that pits are open, but they're open only right now for those on the lead lap. Those on the lead lap are taking advantage of the situation as Mike Skinner leads Labonte and Jeff Gordon and Ward Burton and the others down on pit road.
Right now we have 17 cars on the lead lap. John Kernan.
Jeff Burton is in, his pit crew. This is their 4th race together. Frank Snyder's crew chief changes the front tires. The jack man is Chuck White. Pierre Coutel is the right tire changer. Now down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
A slight wedge adjustment in the right rear for Mike Skinner. His car a little bit tight getting off the corner. Now left side tire going on our corner winner. 99 cars in front of Bill Weber.
Big track bar adjustment for Ward Burton. He's got a quick stop 4 tires, but he lost time trying to catch the field as the caution came out. Just about everybody off of pit road here.
Indeed, another scramble getting off up pit road. Chad Little sitting there at the bottom of your screen. Work still being done on that car. Relatively slow pit stop for him. Now he accelerates and pulls off pit road and will fall in ahead of Kevin LePage and Jimmy Spencer. They're under the hood once again on Rusty Wallace's car.
They're under the hood, they're under the car, they're every place on Rusty Wallace's car, trying to find out exactly what's wrong. It looks like now they're changing the right rear shock absorber.
All kinds of problems today for Rusty Wallace as we're 122 laps into this race. And while we were under this caution here, second of the afternoon, we'll go now to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York. Here's your host, Brent Musburger.
this reminds me of last fall.
We only got 40-some laps to go. Just
Coach Bob. We got 100, 200 laps to go. We'll see it over. Man, we'll see it all.
so do I, but
Good. No, hush. Good. Won't see it all. Every last lap up. Well,
yeah, that's true.
Ray, you ain't leaving, are you? Oh, man, we need a spotter.
Ray. What?
Well, LePage is in again. What was this all about?
It's okay. Must have booped into it. Mikey, watch what you're saying.
Yeah.
Cool. Hockey. There's Dr. Jerry Punch. Wave, Doc. Thank you.
One to go.
Good.
Music to my ears. See some racing. Racing. You see Labonte and Ernie and 75 trying to get their.
Okay. That will be Bill.
Jerry.
Jerry.
Did you say you saw him in the pits? Now, don't take my word for it.
Oh, believe me, I won't.
Okay, good. Making me nervous there.
I don't know which was the bigger thrill, Bill Goldberg or Joe London. Yeah. Joe London. That's pretty cool.
We'll give the here for the green flag.
Oh, yeah.
Find anything wrong with Rusty's car? Find anything wrong with Rusty's car? I think they changed all the shocks.
And he hit it just right, Mr. Goldberg.
Unless you're scared, stop.
Give me that. Just as you rejoin us for our live ABC coverage of the Cracker Barrel 500, the green flag comes out and resumes the competition on lap 127, coming off our second caution of the afternoon, which lasted for 5 circuits.
All the cars on the right side, your right, are cars that are laps down. They're allowed to pull alongside the leader and try to get a lap back. And you would see Terry Labonte on the inside of the leader, Mike Skinner. He'll get a lap back. If the king places in case, and look, see, Bobby Labonte goes by. What in the world? Skinner pushed high, and all of a sudden his car's not like it was.
Not a good restart for Mike Skinner. There goes Jeff Gordon to the high side, takes second from Mike Skinner. Well, now he battles back and challenges Gordon here in the main grandstand area, but not a particularly good restart for Mike Skinner that allowed Bobby Labonte to go back into the lead.
It could be that they have air pressure on Mike Skinner's tires so low that it's going to take a few laps for that car to be as good as it was before the caution flag came out.
31 and the 24. Skinner and Gordon are battling for second position. Back in fourth is the 22 of Ford Burton.
Page is on for second spot.
Jerry Punch has a report on Jeremy Mayfield that the story actually began just before that caution came out. Doc?
Exactly, Bob. Mayfield now being shown back in 28th position, a lap down. That's the car number 12. Now, the problem was the throttle was hanging. They would go in the corner, he would back out of the gas, and the car wouldn't slow down, so he had to be very, very careful. They made 2 pit stops during that caution flag. The second one purely to work on the throttle. They sprayed some lubricant on the linkage, and now Jeremy says it's much, much better than it was before, but unfortunately have lost a lot of time on the racetrack.
And whatever was wrong with Skinner at the beginning of this restart, I think the problem has been corrected because he is on the charge and got held up there a little bit by Ernie Irvan. And the car obviously is working much better now.
Skinner and Irvin close to bumping off turn 4. We see that Ernie was up there in the 36 car, the M&M's car, trying his best to get a lap back from Bobby Labonte. Mike Skinner tried to take it 3 wide, couldn't do it. And Bobby Labonte now has about a half-second lead on Skinner. Here comes Jeff Gordon, third place car, racing alongside Ernie Irvan. Also Ward Burton, the Caterpillar car. He's in 4th spot.
Ernie Irvan won this race back in 1994, currently being shown a lap down in 19th position. Here they come, all lined up. Gordon, Ward Burton, and Jeffrey Modine in that 60 car. And Jeffrey's looking to take the position away from Ward.
Drives in on the outside of Ward Burton. Might have the preferred line off the corner. That's exactly how Jeff Burton won the race in Las Vegas last week. Passed his brother Ward on the outside, and all of a sudden Skinner just drives by Bobby Labonte. Wow.
Man, he was fast coming off the corner and again went into the lead, passing Bobby Labonte. And now he tries to put Terry Labonte a lap down while this battle between Ward Burton and Jeffrey Bodine continues.
You know why Bobby Labonte let Mike Skinner go up there? Because he couldn't stand to put his brother a lap down. Really, I mean, Terry Labonte was up there. Bobby said, I can't go up there in good faith and put him a lap down, so I'll let Skinner get by. He'll do it.
3-car battle for position. Meanwhile, up front, Mike Skinner trying to put Terry Labonte a lap down, and indeed does. So Terry, the number 5 car, now in 18th position, but a lap down. 17 cars on the lead lap. In 17th position is Kevin LePage.
And Terry Labonte fights back. That high groove right now, we've got 2 good grooves around this Atlanta Motor Speedway, as witnessed by the fact that Jeffrey Bodine and Ward Burton have been running side by side for about 2 laps now.
And back there in the 20 car is Tony Stewart trying to decide which is the better crew for him. He's got his hands full with the 25 car of Wally Hollenbach, and Jeff Burton is right there also. Without question, in the early part of the 1999 season, the new team that you have to be most impressed with is Jeffrey Bodine, the team owned by driver Joe Bessie. They have had some good runs here in 1999. You saw the 99 car of Jeff Burton take the position away from Wally Hollenbach, moving Jeff up into the 7th spot. And again, we remind you, they started 37, taking a position.
And finally, it looks like Jeffrey Bodine is going to take that spot away from Ward Burton, using that high line.
Jeffrey Bodine hasn't had a top 5. He had a top 5 at Rockingham, but that was his only top 5 in 1998. That was in February of 1998 that Jeffrey Bodine had his last top 5. The Pennzoil Copter Cam having the overhead shots for you here in Atlanta Motor Speedway this afternoon.
The very left of her screen, Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Chevrolet, is the leader. We see the Pennzoil Chevrolet of Steve Hart right in front of Skinner. He was late out of the pits making some adjustments on his car. He now is 6 laps down after some problems this afternoon.
And this is, of course, the place that he crashed last year, ending his run for a successful Rookie of the Year campaign. He broke his right leg and clavicle, missed 15 races, making a return to the Brickyard 400. And he now goes laps down as Mike Skinner passes by, and so does Bobby Labonte. Only about a 3-car length separation between first and second. These two cars have been the class of the field so far. We've had 5 leaders besides these two. Joe Nemechek has led 4 laps. Dave Marcus has led 4 laps, and Tony Stewart led the first 2.
This morning they had a press conference here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway about 8 a.m. and Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse announced that they had re-signed with Richard Childress Racing for another 3 years. Awfully good timing, don't you think?
And you got to think that maybe Mike Skinner is out for a little bit of a revenge because of what happened here yesterday when he was flagged the winner of the Busch race and then disqualified in a post-race technical inspection.
NASCAR said the cylinder heads on his engine were not NASCAR approved, as Jerry Punch told you earlier.
And so Mike has still never won a NASCAR stock car race on American soil. He, of course, has won in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series and has won a non-points paying event in Japan, but he's yet to win a stock car race on American soil, at least in the higher levels of NASCAR. Bobby Labonte making a challenge, though.
Mike Skinner is running going in low in the corner. He lets the car drift up and exit high off the corner. Bobby Labonte keeps that car low all the way through the corner, and right now seems to be a little bit faster that way than Skinner's line. Now Jeff Gordon, meanwhile, is just hoping that these guys will continue to race. Watch Skinner as he drifts up that race, taking off turn 4. Jeff Gordon is hoping they will continue to race, and he will be able to get closer and closer to the front 2.
About 1.6 seconds behind the front 2 right now. Jeff Gordon, 6 top 10 finishes at Atlanta. Back in 16th and 17th position, putting a battle between Jimmy Spencer and Kevin LePage. These are the last 2 cars on the lead lap, but the fact is they are still on the lead lap, and it was awfully close for Jimmy Spencer.
Yes, it was. He was just in front of the leader, Mike Skinner, when the caution flag came out. Kevin LePage's 16th car, the Prime Star car, was the last car off pit road on the lead lap. He had an unscheduled stop. They raised the deck lid on that car. Exactly what the problem was, I don't know.
Here comes Mark Martin picking up the position, passing the 40-car Sterling Marlin and going into 9th spot.
There you go. Still there.
He's trying to pass it.
Still there.
Putting up a pretty valiant battle, however. Bill Elliott looks on. Elliott a lap down, running in 20th position. And finally, Mark gets the position from Sterling Marlin. On board with Bill Elliott, who's had great success at this racetrack. He has won 5 races at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Well, there are the top 10 after 144 laps, and we'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
two guys are the class, aren't they?
They sure are.
I hear you.
Okay. ABC Sports live today at Atlanta Motor Speedway for NASCAR Winston Cup racing coming up this coming Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 Pacific. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series kicks off its 1999 campaign from Miami's Homestead Sports Complex, and then on Sunday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 Pacific, the CART FedEx Championship Series gets rolling in 1999 as Toyota presents the Grand Prix of Miami Saturday and Sunday this coming weekend. Well, shades of last week here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, battling for the 5th position, the brothers Burton.
Yeah, that's exactly like it was last week, except last week it was for first, and this time it was for 5th. Bill Weber?
Well, Benny, Ward Burton has lost about 2 or 3 positions, one to Jeffrey Bodine and now one to his brother. On that last pit stop, we told you his car was loose, so they tightened it up. Ward has told the crew the car is very tight off the turns, so he's battling that condition. They plan to adjust that using air pressure on his next stop. One other benefit, though, for Ward Burton, spotting for him is Mike Swain Sr., an accomplished racer whose son is also an accomplished driver, so he has a second set of eyes helping him find the groove around this racetrack and weaving him through traffic.
Mike Swain Jr. had a bad crash here in Friday's ARCA race, didn't he, BP?
Sure did. Just a few laps ago, leading the ARCA race, came off turn 4 and hit the wall a ton.
Well, Jeff Burton now in 5th position and very close to 4th, John.
Bob, after that last caution, Jeff started in the 8th position. They told him to take it easy the first 15 laps. They're set up for a long run, and there's a crash. Derek Cope in the wall up in turn number 4. And I'll finish my thought on Jeff Burton a little bit later on.
Well, we see Derek Cope at least is turning the steering wheel, so at least he's okay.
Oh, yeah.
But, man, we're seeing too much of this from Derek Cope here in Atlanta Motor Speedway.
A year ago, he crashed and broke a couple of ribs that prevented him starting at Martinsville a few weeks later. He crashed yesterday in the Busch race, and now he crashes here today. Ernie Irvan, by the way, got a lap back as they came to the caution flag. But there's the battered Pontiac of Derek Cope trying to drive away.
We saw him start the car and try to drive away, but that looks like gasoline may have a gasoline leak in the rear, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea to drive the car away and throw some sparks up.
From the Brian Meats onboard camera, we'll see what happened to Derek. Is snake bitten at Atlanta, isn't he?
He sure is. Though he does get the car running. See the right rear tire, of course, the right front tire is flat. Well, look at the rear of that car.
Hardly anything left of it. Able to drive it back into the garage area, however. It's our second crash of the afternoon. Dale Earnhardt involved in our first crash. He's okay, and obviously Derek Cope is also, but it will mean that we have more pit stops. John Kernan, here they come.
The last round of pit stop, Jeff Burton's crew 17.1 seconds. They made up 2 spots. He pulls in the first among the leaders to hit his pit stall because he started 37, pitting near the end of pit road, or at the entrance, I guess I should say. He'll be a 4-tire change, no changes in the chassis, and they want him to pack it full of fuel. Down to Bill Weber.
This is the kind of day Jeff Bodine has been waiting for. Good car, great run. Third place as they hit pit road. Right side tires went on flawlessly. Now the left side's going on. Now let's go down pit road to Jerry Punches. Jeff and Jeffrey are away.
Mike Skinner's car is getting closer and closer. He is down 4-tire change, air pressure adjustment, track bar adjustment, and Skinner will beat Gordon back to the end of pit road.
Looks like they're going to come out in just about the same way they went in, at least among the top 4 or so, as Skinner and Labonte and Jeff Gordon come out first, second, third. Now we see Rusty Wallace coming back out onto the racetrack. And what a dismal afternoon it's been for Rusty. He is 13 laps down, back in 40th position. And we mentioned that the first caution was caused by Dale Earnhardt's crash. He, by the way, is back in competition. We thought that Skinner beat Bobby Labonte off the pit road.
But it doesn't look that way, because Labonte has pulled up in front of Skinner, and Skinner certainly isn't arguing about it. Let's see, there's Bobby Labonte. He's the first car. The left sides are going on Labonte's car. Here comes Skinner. He's moving. The white line. See, yes.
Yep.
He rolled across that white line. That's the determining factor who gets a spot.
And of course, you determine your pit stalls according to how you qualified. So Bobby Labonte, as the fastest qualifier, got to pick first his pit stall. Under caution at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Cracker Barrel 500 with 157 laps completed. We'll be right back. Laps to go, and rain is very, very close.
Looks like over turn 2 there's some rain just past turn 2. It looked like Derek Cope ran in there behind the 75 car, and 75 slowed down more than he wanted to, and he had to kind of hit the brakes a little bit to
me too.
Avoid the 75 and just lost control.
Yep.
The 21 car's been in a couple times with the hood up.
Uh-oh.
That's what we're seeing, that green spot up there. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
That's good so far.
Real good.
I like it.
I just mentioned that, Chevy. You're not listening.
Nobody listens to us, Bob.
Nobody does.
I listen to you, man.
I listen to you too.
Thank
but
you very
that's
much.
about it. Blah, 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 blah. Ain't that something? All right. See?
Yeah, I know. I would have bet 100 that was going to be sent. I would have bet 100.
Oh. Welcome you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway, ABC Sports coverage of the Cracker Barrel 500 on lap 155, a caution.
Derek Cope goes in the corner. It looks like that he runs up on the 75 car Musgrave quicker than he thought he was going to. He backed out of the throttle, hit the brakes a little bit, which upset the car enough for him to back in the fence.
Third caution of the afternoon, second for a crash. The other caution was brought about by rain. And there are certainly some very cloudy skies, but the Pennzoil copter cam is back in the air and providing the overhead shots of this 1.5-mile facility here, located about 35 miles south of downtown Atlanta. We are nearing the halfway point.
You know, the nicest thing about this picture, there's no raindrops on those camera lenses.
Yes, and let's hope there isn't for the next couple of hours until we can get this race completed. Well, Bruton Smith bought this facility a few years ago and has just made incredible changes, built some condominiums and some suites, and it's really a beautiful place to watch a race from.
Yes, this is the front stretch here at Atlanta. That used to be the back stretch. There was nothing back there except a few seats. Now you see all the condominiums. This used to be the front stretch. This is where we used to call the race from, up on there. And this was the deluxe section of Atlanta Motor Speedway. Now it's the back stretch.
Great place to come and watch a race. There are the condominiums that have also been constructed here. Well, Bill Weber is down on pit road with Robin Pemberton.
Crew chief for Rusty Wallace, and this has not been a very good day for these guys. Just a quick talk with your driver. What happened?
We really don't know what's happened yet. I mean, we ended last night. We figured we were a top 5 car, and the car was just unbelievable loose when we started the race, all over the place. So far, we've changed 4 shocks, a lot of air pressure adjustments, and this last run was okay, but man, we've given up a lot of points, a lot of everything, but we really don't know what it is right now.
For new fans, Robin, that's very uncommon, that kind of a situation for any race team, especially yours.
Uncommon is an understatement. I mean, it went from great to just the worst thing on the face of the earth right now, and you know, we don't know what to do. We'll go back Monday and we'll look at it and take everything apart and see where it is. Right now, we've about got the car fixed, but it's never what you'd hope for.
So what they do is they go back out on the racetrack and they keep making laps, hoping to pick up valuable Winston Cup points and hoping they can make up this finish somewhere down the line. Jerry Punch.
Well, a moment ago, Jimmy Makar was telling his driver, Bobby Labonte, that they are watching the same forecast we are watching, with some showers in the area. There was a green patch on the weather radar a little bit ago, and so they know that the showers are in the area, so we might see a little bit of a shootout here. Those guys concerned about possibly some rain moving in, although it's clear back behind that patch. We might see who's got the best car here the next few laps, the 31 or the 18.
161 laps about to be completed. We go back to green on lap 162, and that's just one away from the halfway point. Bobby Labonte, Mike Skinner, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Jeffrey Bodine, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Ward Burton, Wally Dallenbach, and Joe Nemechek are the top 10 as the green comes out.
As a matter of fact, there's a $10,000 prize for the lead if that can happen. That will not be for the next lap. They have to run 5 green flag laps after a caution flag, as we see Jeff Burton, the 99 car, and Jeffrey Bodine right alongside the 43 car. It's going to be 3 abreast of the start-finish line.
John Andretti rather gets the squeeze as both Bodine and Burton go around him, battling for position. The 99 of Burton, the 60 of Bodine, and here up front we have Mike Skinner once again battling with Bobby Labonte and taking the lead.
Going for the lead, trying to win that $10,000 award from Gatorade, the leader, as the leader at the halfway point. As I said, he has to run halfway this time, but he's got to run 3 more laps before he gets that money.
That is the halfway point. It is now an official race in case we have rain lasting the rest of the afternoon. We're watching some very dark skies off of turn number 2, and it appears as if rain is falling from the clouds, but it may be going to the east. Let's hope so.
Skinner seems to be pulling away just a little bit. Last lap we saw the fastest speed we've seen so far. Just like Jerry Punch said, 187 miles per hour.
Look at Ward Burton go to the inside of Tony Stewart. The 10 car is not in the same lap, not in a battle for position. Ward Burton takes it, and Tony Stewart gets caught up behind the 10 car of Ricky Rudd, and that allows Wally Dallenbach in the 25 to challenge Tony.
Here comes Dallenbach into the battle for the 8th spot.
They touched, I believe.
Joe Nemechek back there, the Bell South car, is in the same lap. He's a 10th place car.
And so is the 40 of Sterling Marlin. He's in the lead lap. So we're watching 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Tony Stewart has been able to pull away. Now this time by, Mike Skinner will get the $10,000 prize if he leads. Yes. So give Skinner the Gatorade Leader Award bonus.
And so far in the first 3 races of 1999, the leader at the halfway point has gone on to win 2 of them. Mike Skinner, our Bud race recap, leading, has led 72 of the 166 laps. We've had 12 lead changes, 3 caution periods, 2 for crashes, 1 for weather, and the average speed is just a little over 149 miles an hour. Battle between the 99 and the 60 is here are your 5 lap leaders, with Bobby Labonte having led the most. And out of the race, well, just 3 so far, Cope, Craven, and Petty. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, Dale Earnhardt, who crashed early, is back in the race, although he is 133 laps down.
And look at that 6 car back there just behind the 99 car. Remember how he struggled at the very start of the race? They've worked on the car. He now is up to 6 spot. And Jeff Gordon, folks, the money flag is in the air. And look at the 24 car come towards the front by the 18 car. Take over 2nd spot. Now, what can he do with Skinner?
Skinner has been the class of the field so far, along with Bobby Labonte. Jeff Gordon has not led a lap so far and really has not been a threat, but we're closing in on the second half of the race, and that's when Jeff Gordon and the Rainbow Warriors seem to really put it all together. Here you see a 2-time winner at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Spring race in 95 and last year's fall race. Dale Jarrett in number 88 is still on the lead lap. He's in 14th position. Kevin LePage in the 16th car is in 15th spot.
And look at Jimmy Spencer. Let's give a call for Spencer in the 12th spot up there in that Winston car. And here comes DJ on the inside of Spencer. Just as I was going to talk about how well Spencer was running, he loses a spot to DJ, but Spencer started 39th spot.
And Jeff Burton in the 99 challenging Jeffrey Bodine for the 4th position. Well, it's too early to talk about the possibility of Jeff Burton winning this race, but the last time a winner started as far back as 37th was back in 1995 when Kyle Petty won the June race at Dover.
And Jeffrey Bodine just will not give it up, will he? He races these guys hard on that outside rib, uses it and uses it well.
While those two battle side by side, Mark Martin looks on. Jeffrey way up high, coming off the 4th corner. But it provides a lot of momentum for him.
And Jeff Burton falls in behind Jeffrey Bodine. There's another Jeff that's making headway too. Jeff Gordon.
Cutting into the lead of Mike Skinner. Jeffrey Bodine has never won here in Atlanta. He's finished second on 3 different occasions. Indeed, not only has Jeff Gordon caught Mike Skinner, but Jeff Gordon takes the lead from Mike Skinner. On lap 174, Jeff Gordon takes the lead. But now he has to lead to the start-finish line in order to get the 5 bonus points that go along with leading the lap. To do so. Meanwhile, Wally Dallenbach made an unscheduled pit stop as Bobby Labonte now comes back to take 2nd position from Skinner. So Skinner goes from 1st to 3rd in 2 laps. Bill Weber, what's wrong with Wally?
He radioed in that there appeared to be a power problem. They go under the hood looking at the engine. They have not changed tires. Now they're going to go ahead and put fuel in. He just said that did not fix it. They're going to have to do something underneath the hood. Yeah, they're going to raise it back up again, I believe. They're checking the spark plug wires to see if one has come loose, which would make the engine run off song. They're going to go ahead and have to take the air cleaner off, and they're going to be here extensively. So a good run for Wally Dallenbach and Sauer here. Meanwhile, the Gordon and Labonte battle continues on the track.
Yes, indeed. Bobby Labonte now is right on that rear spoiler of Jeff Gordon as they head down the backstretch and into turn number 3. Passing the slower and disabled car of Dale Earnhardt.
Last time by, Bobby Labonte ran over 186, almost 187-mile-per-hour average.
And that time, Jeff Gordon was just about a mile an hour faster than Jeff Gordon. Back with more from Atlanta in a moment.
So the 16 went up there and passed them all, huh?
Seems like we've got all the cars running in the same half of the speedway, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anybody in 3 and 4 now.
DJ's got a good run on Spencer. Maybe he can take his spot away to turn 3. Maybe. Yep.
Ned, if you're watching on satellite,
that's for you, Ned.
Yep. We miss you, and we'll see you in Darlington. Mikey says, Yahoo!
He kicked it up a notch. Pow! No, bam! That's what Emerald Augustus says.
You watch him.
Kick it up a notch. Bam!
He's kind of fun.
Yeah, he is.
Along with Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch calling the live action for you at the Cracker Barrel 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 180 laps completed. We're on board with second place Bobby Labonte. Up ahead is the leader, Jeff Gordon.
It looks like they're able to pull away from Mike Skinner just a little bit. As a matter of fact, now Skinner is almost 2 seconds behind this battle for the lead.
Here comes Mike Skinner, who has led 79 laps so far this afternoon in the Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse Chevy. Got a Chevy and a Pontiac battling for the top spot. And we'll check the speeds at the line for you.
See that Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte run almost the same speed.
Third quick, well, was Jeff Burton, but now it goes back to Chad Little, who's running outside the top 10.
And back Bobby Hamilton, the last car on the lead lap, almost as fast as the leader, Jeff Gordon.
And of course, we want to point out that the lead speeds often reflect where a car is running on the racetrack and the fact that he's in a lot of traffic. It doesn't necessarily reflect how well the car is working. Second fast now, Jeff Burton. Third quick, Mark Martin. And that's the way it will remain. We understand that it's starting to sprinkle again here. We're 20 laps past the halfway mark.
Well, Bobby Labonte, he can see the rain on the, there we see the rain on the camera lens. He can see that rain on the windshield. If he has anything, now is the time to go up and pass that 24 car. It doesn't look like he's getting any closer.
He was 21 hundredths of a second behind Gordon last lap officially. And the caution is out for rain, Dr. Punch.
Exactly, Bob. Jeff Gordon and a number of other drivers were complaining that the rain was beginning to come down a little more serious and at these speeds, NASCAR will not take any chances whatsoever. That's why you see the caution flag being waved down to the field here on lap 184. They expect it to be a brief shower or a brief sprinkle, but at these speeds, Benny Parsons, they could not take any chances. The drivers, Jeff Gordon said last 2 laps, it is getting worse and worse. We have got to slow down.
Now, BP, what do you do? Do you pit and relinquish the track position, or do you stay out there thinking maybe this race will not go back to green?
I think the guys about 12 spot on back will probably, I don't expect the leaders to pit because they think if it's going to rain, it may rain for the rest of the night. And if it does rain, by the time they get the track dried off, there'll be caution flag periods that we can change. Never see Ray Evernham, and this is his decision to make. But the guys back the last 3, Jerry Punch, what they're saying?
Well, the way they're talking about 4 tires for Jeff Gordon. Evernham said, you know what, they think it's a brief shower. I think the 18 pit for Bobby Labonte, they think it's also a brief shower. We'll see. Here they come, 45 miles an hour down pit road. You see they cross that line. That's where the pit speed becomes a factor. See the rain on the windshield as the cars come down pit road. Very, very careful. Let's go up to John Kernan.
And Jeff Burton again, the first to hit it. They will pull a tearaway from his windshield. They will change all 4 tires, make no adjustments to the car. Last time, they picked up 1 spot. It's Bill Weber.
Jeffrey Bodine is on pit road. They told him it's a small band of showers. You have to come in and pit. They think about it. They make a wedge adjustment. Right side tires are on, lefts are next. Jerry Punch.
Right side tires for Jeff Gordon, pitting just about 15 feet behind Bobby Labonte. Left side tires going to the 24 car between the windshield. Here is Bodine out. Here is Gordon down. They will race to the end of pit road. It will be Jeff Gordon, then the 18 car, then Mark Martin in that order.
Good stop for Mark Martin, who picks up some positions during the pit stop.
Now, those 2 guys are just now leaving pit road. We didn't see them, but the 4 car of Bobby Hamilton and Ernie Irvan, I'm really surprised that they stopped because they're going to come out of off the pit road the same spot they were running. The last car is on the lead lap. I think they probably should have stayed out there and just hope that it rained.
Well, we still have a lot of laps to run if the weather will cooperate. Right now, the 23 car of Jimmy Spencer is the leader because he did not.
There you go, Jimmy. There you go, Jimmy. Somebody took that gamble.
That's right. There is Bobby Hamilton, who did come in for a pit stop. There's the leader, Jimmy Spencer, as we are under the caution because of rain. Back with more after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
I knew somebody had to gamble, you know?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, let me run to the restroom then. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, BP is on his way. He will not be signing autographs to and from his visit to the men's room. This race is going to end about 10 after 7. What can we do about that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Elizabeth Taylor. Ooh, that ought to be good. Hey.
Hello, everyone.
He's back.
I'm back. Well, look, the rain that was over there is gone now.
Yep.
Okay, Jimmy, you better pit. Hey, I think it was a good gamble. Yes. What? No, I was the 4 and the 36 are the guy. Oh.
Miami of Ohio
beat
roll.
Utah.
Oh, they beat Utah.
How about
Wow.
that?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Give us back to ABC. Oh, I'm just going to see if we had any more basketball scores. We saw Brent in our Wide World of Sports studio in New York.
WWOS.
Yep. Back live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, where the caution remains out on the racetrack because of a light rain shower that moved across the racetrack. I think it's let up right now. Let's hope it stays away the rest of the day. We've been keeping you up to date on what's happening in the NCAA basketball tournament, and one of the teams having a great tournament is Gonzaga, and that is where Chad Little got his law degree.
Where are they located?
In California. They beat Stanford last night. They also beat Minnesota. They're having a great tournament.
How about that?
So Chad ought to be very happy with the way his team is performing in the NCAA.
He's probably even happier that he's running in 9th place.
Probably so. Well, ABC Sports, of course, continues to bring you NASCAR racing during 1999. Our next event will be the Die Hard 500 on Sunday, April 25th from Talladega. That will be at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll be in Fontana, California on May the 2nd for the California 500. And the Brickyard 400 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway rolls around on Saturday, August the 7th at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Those are upcoming NASCAR Winston Cup races here on ABC.
The other cars come off turn 4, and I see someone told me they may get the 1 to go lap signal this time. That's not the case. They will not be getting the green flags, the signal, so we will continue under the caution.
I'm sorry, I said that Gonzaga was in California. It's in Spokane, Washington. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because that's where Chad...
yes, got his other degree.
Right. Let's go down to Bill Weber as Jimmy Spencer is the leader.
Well, I'd hope to talk to Tony Furr about how well your car was running, but engine problems for Wally Dallenbach. What happened?
Well, we don't know exactly, but we think we might have chipped a valve or something other on that restart, and we've had a little bit of valve problems today. With one of the other cars had some problems, and now our engine seems to have a little bit. We don't know what the problem is, but we know right now Randy Norton, he's about the best in the business I know of, and he'll figure out what the deal is, and he'll get it fixed. I can promise you that.
Up to that point, though, a great run for your team.
I'll tell you, it says a lot for this team. This team's went through a lot last year, and we all got together this winter and settled down, put our heads together, and made this decision. And we're going to see a lot from this team this year. This was just a little bit right here. All year long, the team has been consistent, and we haven't broke into the top 10. and today was going to be our time, I know.
Okay, well, last year for this team, it was driver du jour. They settled on Wally Dallenbach. He was high in the points and having a good run. Disappointment here today. The engine problem Tony referred to happened a couple of weeks ago at Rockingham on the car of Jeff Gordon.
And it has dropped him 15 laps down. Now, several drivers made their NASCAR Winston Cup debuts here at Atlanta, and here's where they finished. Rusty Wallace, remember driving for Roger Penske in March of 1980, finished second. Wally Dallenbach made his debut in March of 1991 and finished in 26th position. Well, Jimmy has decided to come in and get some tires and fuel, BP.
Yes, because the signal's been given to the field. 1 lap to go before the green flag. But, Bob, I think it was a good decision, because if this thing had rained and the race had not restarted, Jimmy Spencer would have been the winner.
We see other cars making pit stops. That's Elliott Sadler there in the Citgo car. Darrell Waltrip is following Jimmy Spencer down pit road.
Darrell Waltrip is only a lap down, having a pretty good run today. He's right now back in 27th spot, but this far into the race, he's been running some awfully good laps.
There are 17 cars on the lead lap. And apparently they're not going to go back to green. They've just called off the resumption of the green flag. Darrell has had some great runs here at Atlanta. He has finished in the top 10 28 times here at Atlanta. Dale Earnhardt has finished 27 times in the top 10, and Terry Labonte 23. While the caution remains out, we'll take another break and be right back.
Is it raining down there, guys? Is that what the problem is? 1 and 2, Bill? I don't see any rain on the horizon like I did a while ago. I guess it's all here. That's why I don't see it anymore. $132 laps to go.
Yep.
1 more stop. Green flag, 1 more stop.
Be over what, in an hour and a few minutes?
Let's see. 6 o'clock. About perfect.
Okay. All right.
They're going to try it. They're going to try 1 to go again.
Mm-hmm. That's the way I heard it.
I didn't even know such a thing. Tonight.
Oh, you guys.
Got to go to Pennsylvania.
There you go.
He was the last car on the lead lap, so.
I'll come down, Mikey, or you come up. It's supposed to be 60 in Indianapolis Wednesday. Come on up.
Put that in the trash can, you? Thanks.
Just about a half a lap away from the resumption of competition here in the Cracker Barrel 500. The cars lining up 2 abreast, getting set for the restart. It'll come out on lap 196.
Still 17 cars on the lead lap. Jeff Gordon is the leader. We see Bobby Labonte. Mark Martin is in 3rd spot. Mike Skinner. Jeff Burton is in 5th spot. Now Michael Waltrip just made a pit stop to get topped off with fuel. He is now in 17th spot, the last car on the lead lap.
Should need about 1 more fuel stop between now and the end of the race if everything goes green the rest of the way, and let's hope it does. Here Here comes Jeff Gordon leading the field out of corner number 4. The green flag waves. We're back to competition. 94 car of Bill Elliott there on the inside line. He's just 1 lap down in 18th position. 98 of Rick Mast also a lap down in 19th. Jeff Gordon getting a pretty good jump on the rest of the field as they head down the backstretch.
Bobby Labonte drives hard in the corner on the outside of Bill Elliott as he tries to catch Jeff Gordon. Both those cars able to clear Bill Elliott.
Jerry Punch has a report from pit road.
Bob, a lot of calculators going down here about the fuel mileage comment that you made a moment ago. Can they make it? Now in the Jeff Gordon pit, first of all, the DuPont crew, they have run 64, 65 laps today. That means they can probably make it on one more stop, but it's going to be very, very close for the 24 car. Now behind him, the 18 car, the Pontiac of Bobby Labonte, always gets good gas mileage, no problem. They should make it easily the rest of the way on one pit stop. Their window will open up on lap 256. How about other cars, Bill Weber?
Well, trying to find out this information is pretty difficult. As for the 6th car of Mark Martin, they're not certain whether they can get there or not, but they're certainly going to do their best to try. The thing about that car is Mark has been able to march forward basically from the rear of the field. First they got the car too loose, then they got it too tight. Each time he's come in on the last few stops, they've loosened it up, loosened it up. Now Mark's gotten to the front, running inside the top 5. As for Jeffrey Bodine, his car is much better. They did make a small chassis adjustment on that last stop. They're confident they're going to be able to contend for the win. Their fuel mileage issue has not been decided. John Kearney.
Jeff Burton trying to make up some spots out there on the racetrack. Remember, it takes about 15 laps for his tires to come in. As far as fuel mileage is concerned, I asked his crew chief, Frank Stoddard, if he could make it with one more stop on fuel. He said, yeah, I think so.
Attaboy, Frankie.
Stay optimistic. There is Burton running behind Joe Nemechek. They're running in 7th and 8th. We saw Michael Walter, but a couple of other guys, Benny, come in on the last lap before the green came out to top off.
Just to make sure that they can make it on one more stop, because the driver, the team that has to stop twice, could lose.
Look at Chad Little now challenging Jeff Burton, and oh, Little has to go up the racetrack to avoid Ricky Rudd.
And we talked about at the very top of the show about how these teams, and it is a team that wins this race. Jeff Burton, the 99 car, he's the driver, but Frankie Stoddard and all those guys in the pits, those are the guys right now. Jeff he'll leave it up to them as to what they're going to do. Will they make it on one more stop, or do they have to stop twice?
Dale Jarrett running in 11th position now.
Tony Stewart, the 20 car, behind Dale Jarrett in 12th, and Kevin LePage, the 16 car, in 13th spot.
Kevin having a good run. Here's a Brian Field summary showing you the points as of right now. Skinner maintaining his advantage in the NASCAR Winston Cup Point Series. Labonte moving up 1 and Gordon up 2. Bill Weber has more on the good run by Joe Nemechek, who is currently 7th.
Bob, another good run for Joe Nemechek, and that's another good run for that car. In fact, it ran great at Las Vegas till it got torn up in a brutal wreck. It got back to their Charlotte, North Carolina shop at 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, and the team worked non-stop for 48 hours to repair that car to bring it to Atlanta. As soon as they got there, they unloaded it off the truck, they yanked out the engine, they started doing work on the roll bar and the door bars to repair that damage. They had it reskinned, they got it back, they painted it up, they took the motor, put a motor back in it, they loaded it back up at 8 a.m. Thursday morning, got it here to Atlanta, almost won the pole, and now they think they can win the race. John Kearney.
Jeff Burton just radioed into his crew about a lap and a half ago. He's dropped 2 spots. He said, I think I have a tire going down. I think I have a tire going down. But they told him, they said, Jeff, ride it out, feel it out and see if you, in fact, do have a tire going down. Remember, we told you, now he's radioed in and told the crew he must have run over something on the racetrack, and that caused the car to skitter up and feel like he had a tire going down. But right now, Burton has told the crew he thinks everything is okay.
See, Kevin LePage has been able to get by both Dale Jarrett and Tony Stewart, so put LePage up in the 11th spot.
And all those guys closing in on the 99 car that we just talked about. Jeff Burton is slipping back just a little bit now. Kevin LePage's best finish here at Atlanta, 14th. That happened in the race a year ago. Jeff Burton is currently 10th since the restart. He has dropped back 4 spots.
We see a challenge right now from the 40 car, Sterling Marlin. That would be move Sterling into the 9th spot.
Jeff Burton riding alongside Steve Parker, 7 laps down in the 37th position.
And DJ, Dale Jarrett's been able to get back by Kevin LePage, a 16 car.
Jarrett has been flirting with the top 10 all afternoon, is currently in 12th. Make that 11th position now. And the 12th place car is the 40th Sterling Marlin, and here he comes up to challenge him.
And right now, Jeff Gordon has moved up the racetrack. Remember how they've been running on the very bottom of the racetrack? Gordon moves up the racetrack right to the top. Jerry Clutch, what's happening?
Benny, that is by design. Earlier, Jeff Gordon realized that as the tires began to wear, if he moved the car up one lane on the racetrack and the tires got heated up, his lap time would stabilize. He would stay very, very quick. And that is exactly what he has done. He restarted 14 laps ago, and now with the tires about 15 laps worn, he has moved up a lane, and therefore the speed is staying consistent with the 24 car. He might be able to move away slightly from the 18 now.
They're separated by just about a quarter of a second right now. As we see again this battle back in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th positions. Dale Jarrett has gone to 10th.
Sterling Marlin, the 40 car, has lost 1, 2, 3, 4 positions here just in the last couple of laps. There goes Michael Walker by on the outside. Takes another spot away from Sterling Marlin in the Coors Light car.
So Marlin falling all the way back now to 14th position. Here comes Bobby Hamilton up to challenge. Tony Stewart and Kevin LePage are running side by side for the 11th spot. Stewart started in 3rd position.
Boy, see a bunch of different lines around the racetrack. Guys on the top of the high groove and throws right down next to the white line on the apron.
Good battle up front. These two drivers, Gordon and Labonte, the only two to lead all races so far in 1999. And so far, Jeff Gordon has led 33 laps, and Bobby Labonte has led 84 here during the Cracker Barrel 500. They're the top 10. Back in a moment.
Skinner is off the pace.
Oh, man.
Looks like he lost the cylinder. 176 that time, average. This time it'll be 166.
That's a shame.
I think he went back up. I think he changed box or something. It's back up speed.
Yeah. Yep.
He wants that back. Evidently, he don't agree with us. Now Skinner's back up to speed, although not as fast as the other two. stop, Lynn? What lap? 186. 14 and 25. 170 laps. Wow, that's a lot of winners.
Okay. The strategists, the team managers, the crew chiefs, strategizing and trying to figure out what to do on pit road. And their cars come in for pit stops. For some, major disappointment here this afternoon. Rusty Wallace has been in trouble nearly all afternoon, but for others, great hope. Right now it is Jeff Gordon who has the lead by about a quarter of a second over Bobby Labonte. And the 31 car, we have been noticing with tremendous fluctuation in speeds. He was down in the 170s, but then came up into the 180s again. Doc, what's going on with Mike Skinner?
Bob, 4 laps ago, the car almost shut off at the end of the straightaway. He switched to a backup ignition, and the car reignited. He said, oh, it must be just a bad box. He ran a lap, and the car began to flutter and miss. And he said every lap since then, the car has shut off closer to the middle of the straightaway. They think it may be an electrical problem. They're predicting it could possibly be the battery. The Lowe's crew are on the wall here in the pits, ready to bring the 31 car on the pit road as Jeff Burton made a pass on the car number 42, fourth position at his 7th spot here at lap 219. We wait for Mike Skinner, the port leader, to possibly make an unscheduled stop.
And the 88 and the 97 are battling for position. That's Dale Jarrett and Chad Little. Bill Weber has a report on Dale Jarrett.
And he's cracked the top 10. Remember, early in this race, he lost about 20 positions because they had a jack that went down on them during a pit stop. But here's the battle for the 88 crew. They've really had to fight to get that car to handle all day. And then, in some portions of this race, Jarrett has told his crew he really doesn't feel like he has full use of all that Robert Yates horsepower down the front stretch. It's not like it's going flat. It's just like it's not there. They speculate they might not have used the right gear. But at this point, the car is running very well. DJ's a tick tight, but he is coming to the front the best he's been since early in the race.
Yes, indeed. He's about 11 and a half seconds back of the front runners. But moving up through the field, and here's Chad Little also making a pass. Now, Mike Skinner is about to lose a position to Mark Martin. This is for 3rd position.
And this is about 7 3/4 of a second behind the leader, Jeff Gordon.
Everything appears to be okay right now for Mike Skinner. Here's another taste of the race with Mark Martin telemetry.
This is Brian telemetry. We saw 194 miles per hour, and in turn 3, let's check and see what happens down the front stretch. 180 at the start-finish line, 190 miles per hour. As he goes down to turn 1, 196 miles per hour. Jerry Punch?
They have told Mike Skinner to cut everything else off inside the car. All the other electrical switches, cut them completely off. Save what little juice you have in the battery. Skinner's reply, this is not my first rodeo. I've already done that, guys. But I think the battery is already gone. They're going to leave him on the racetrack as you watch Jeff Gordon working heavy traffic now, trying to make a move underneath the car in turn 1 of Brett Bonide. Anyway, they're going to leave Mike Skinner on the racetrack and hope to get a caution flag, because if they pit now, they will lose at least a handful of laps, and of course, the points lead.
Well, that last lap, Benny, Mike Skinner was the fastest among the top 6, so things are already are back in good shape for Mike.
Here's what Jerry Punch was talking about just a moment ago. We have a replay of Mike Skinner inside his car, and watch his right hand. See the switches up there? Yeah, there, he's turning them off. Those are fans and pumps to cool the transmission, to cool the rear gearing. All that takes electricity. And if the alternator is not putting out properly, it would drain the battery. So we see Skinner turning all those things off. Again, it's a chance they might have a problem.
And that last lap, he ran 183.4, while Michael Waltrip is passing the 36 car. That's for 14th position. Are trying to pass Ernie Ehrman.
This is the look like Mike can pass too well on the bottom of the racetrack. We've seen Michael Waltrip on the very top of the racetrack all day, and here he is having to pass on the bottom and then struggling to do that.
Kevin Page there in 13th position ahead of Ernie and Michael. Terry Labonte running at the bottom of the racetrack is in 20th position. He is a lap down. Running behind Steve Hart. The number 1 car who is 7 laps down. Just in case, they have a spare battery ready to install in the 31 car driven by Mike Skinner, who right now continues to hold on to the 3rd position. Gordon leads, Bobby Labonte second, and we'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
That was awesome. Very, very good.
Yes, very good.
Somebody's paying attention. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was who? Keith and Mr. B. You guys did good. Good tease, by the way, Keith. Yeah.
There's clearing and blue skies to the south. Isn't that south?
No, it's northwest.
Okay, well,
I think. Maybe it's west.
that direction.
That over there. Well,
okay.
The sun sets over there, so that's west.
Well,
I mean,
it must be west.
Yeah. It's got to be. I mean, the 1 car and the 20 car. That wasn't that close. Exciting.
He just likes to get excited.
Yeah.
Get us excited.
Sterling Marlin's about to lose another spot. Tell you what, this Labonte won't let Jeff Gordon go, will he?
Nope.
He's running even higher than Jeff now. But look what a run he gets off that corner, Bob. Look at that run off that corner, too. Woo, baby. Bobby Labonte, he ran up high that time, and he got a run on Gordon off that corner. Yeah, well, Jeff will move up a little higher this time. Skinner's praying for rain right now, ain't you?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to, Mike. Oh, Labonte's going to try it on the bottom again. Ah, it's not going to stick down there. Let's see how high he runs up here this time. Watch Bobby. Jeff goes in the corner. Nope, try it on the bottom again. Oh, that ain't gonna work. No, that don't work. Searching. I mean, he's literally searching, trying to find that groove, trying to find a faster way. Yep. Ooh,
he was high coming off.
Yes, he was.
Very cloudy, but for right now the rain is holding off as the Pennzoil Copter Cam has the overhead shots for you from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Less than 100 laps to go now, and Bobby Labonte has gone around Jeff Gordon and taken the lead, and that happened just seconds ago.
Bobby Labonte, during the break, tried to find a faster line around the racetrack. He ran high, he ran low, he ran in the middle of the corner. And Jeffrey Bodine, I told him, in the wall at turn 2.
5th place car, Jeffrey Bodine, smashing against the car coming across the track and obviously has no steering or brakes and crashes into the inside wall.
And we can see that's heavy, heavy damage to the right side of that car.
And what a disappointment for Jeffrey Bodine, who has run in the top 10 just about all day and was in 5th position when this crash occurred.
And immediately the safety crew is there to check with Jeffrey Bodine.
Jeffrey Bodine has told the crew that he is okay. Jeffrey Bodine will remain as the track record holder here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the old configuration. Ran 197.4 in 1997.
If all the lead cars now come in and pit, it's not going to do them any good. They still have to stop at least for a splash of gas.
And it would also help the number 31 car of Mike Skinner if he needs that battery change.
Looks like all the cars will be coming down pit road to make that 4-tire stop.
Here they come.
So the next stop would be just for a splash of gas if the thing goes green the rest of the way.
Mike Skinner leading Mark Martin down pit road. John Kernan.
4-tire change for Jeff Burton. They went a pound down on the left side tires and a round and a half wedge in the left rear. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Ward Burton is on pit road. His crew chief, Tommy Baldwin Jr., told his crew that should be just like practice, no pressure, just like practice. Let's go down pit road to Jerry.
Left side tires on the car number 31. They are going to change the battery on the Mike Skinner low Chevrolet. 18 cars out. The 24-6 are out. Meanwhile, they still work on the left side of the car number 31 of Mike Skinner. The battery sits in front of the left rear tire. Only going to change left side tires. They still can't get the battery out. They're pulling and pulling. They have finally got the battery out. Put a backup battery in. They've got to put a plate back on it. Put the left side tires back on. They are trying to hustle not to lose a lap in the pits. Remember, Mike Skinner is the NASCAR Winston Cup points leader. They say, fire it up, Mike, fire it up. He pulls the switches, the engine fires. They are trying to put the plate in. If you don't get the plate on, the battery will slide out down along the track. Left rear tire going on. They are watching for the race car to come by. It will have to come back in. Right side tires on. But they have changed the battery. This caution, a huge break for Mike Skinner.
I'm impressed. That usually takes 2 or 3 laps.
Caution came out on lap 234. Jeffrey Bodine into the fence.
And we see the car was just tremendous to the right side of the car.
That was in turn number 2, and then the car came across the racetrack, narrowly missing some others who were passing by on the low side, and the car sliding across the 24 degrees of banking here.
And all of a sudden the car will turn left. And there's 2 reasons for running the inside wall. Number 1, he has no brakes. And number 2, he doesn't feel like hitting the brakes if he had any.
So caution is out once again here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Tell you what, that's how Skinner's crew operate. That's how you win championships.
Yeah.
Changing the battery on the caution car. Wow. I'm impressed. Is it raining up 3 and 4 on?
Jared is the one that
yeah, what a great pit stop Dale Jarrett's bunch had.
Yeah.
We need to mention that. About Todd Parrott's bunch.
Not Brad. Todd.
Brad was part of the bunch. Down there. Looks like. The inboards, is it raining down in 3 and 4, Mike? On the inboard? Onboards?
Okay.
See it's raining right there.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Move the racetrack over a little bit. We'd be in business.
welcome you back to Atlanta Motor Speedway and ABC's live coverage of the Cracker Barrel 500. Jerry Punch, what is the situation with Mike Skinner? He's coming in again.
Coming back down pit road, Richard Childress, I got to ask you, as the owner of this car, that's how you win a title, changing a battery without losing a lap.
Yeah, you know, we just wanted to stay out and make sure that we didn't lose a lap like that. And these guys done an awesome job changing it. And I just came down to, you know, see what I could add to it. And, you know, our alternator's gone. Hopefully this battery will stay charged far enough to the end of the race.
This battery should live the rest of the day if we don't have rain and you ride around under caution and drain it.
Yeah, you know, it's a good battery, so it should make it the rest of the way.
Now, why is he back in now?
Well, we're peeling the windshield off. It didn't get all the cover off.
All right, Mike Skinner's been told to leave all the switches completely off. They were going to peel some tape away to get some air inside because they've turned all the fans off. That's going to blow the outside air in. That right side window keeps the air from getting in the outside. Although it may be about 40 degrees outside, it is quite warm in the car. They have their fingers crossed he'll make it the rest of the way with no alternator.
New battery, but he's fallen all the way back to the last car on the lead lap in 16th position, rather.
And we see Jimmy Spencer once again gambling that, hey, who knows? It may rain, this thing may not restart, and if that happens, I'll be the winner.
And there are indeed raindrops falling again on portions of Atlanta Motor Speedway. That's why we remain under caution. We'll be right back.
Like there's any rain on that onboard a while ago, Mike. Any rain down 3 and 4 now? Rain quit. Thank you, Bill. Mike won't listen to me. Slob there.
Mike's busy. He's doing the ready one, take one. Hi, Nelson.
Hi, Nelson.
Nelson.
Nelson. Hi, Nelson. Laps. You know, they can make the rest of it.
Okay.
Okay. They can make it the rest of the way, guys. Can't they? 65 laps.
So there.
Oh, it's 85 laps. What am I talking about? 85 laps. I'm using Bob's calculator. Yeah, I should have took my shoes off instead of just using my hands.
Try using your brain once in a while. Caution period is continuing here at Atlanta Motor Speedway in the Cracker Barrel 500. Let's take a look at our Coca-Cola pit summary to show you that Bobby Labonte came into the pits as the leader, came out in second. That's because Jimmy Spencer chose to stay out. Gordon losing a position. But look at Mike Skinner falling all the way from 3rd to 16th. But the good news is that there is a new battery in that car, and the crew did it magnificently.
Ward Burton went to the 8th spot. He had a little mix-up on the left rear. That's one reason he lost a couple of spots.
Down to Bill Weber. And Bill, teamwork is definitely beginning to show off here this afternoon.
Bob, two amazing stories have developed throughout the afternoon here on pit road. The first one is Mark Martin. Basically, his car too loose at the beginning, then the crew got it too tight. Then they basically started loosening it up. On this last stop, they made no adjustments. They put on 4 tires and fuel, although it did take 19.5. But with their teamwork and Mark's patience on the track, they've gotten him to 5th. One spot ahead of him, a more amazing story. Dale Jarrett, who had a jack go flat on him during a pit stop, fell back to about 26th position. He slowly moved his way back up to the front. He's used patience, and his teamwork has really paid off. His last stop, 16.4. The drivers win the race on the track. The teams help them win it with great work on the pits.
That sounded weird, had a jack go flat, but I guess that's what happened.
Yep. Well, the best career average finishes here at Atlanta Motor Speedway among drivers with at least 5 starts. Well, Dale Earnhardt leads in that category with an average finish of 9.2. You can see, however, that Bobby Labonte is up there also with a 14.5, and Dale Jarrett, 15th average finish at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 241 laps are now completed as the caution period continues. Back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, that bright spot's getting closer and closer, Bob.
Mm-hmm. End of the race. Shouldn't be raining anymore.
Radio.
Boy, even the radio will work today, huh?
Slobberooski's funny.
What are you doing?
Bob mixed that 6 o'clock.
Well, yeah.
6:30.
They'll give you 3.5 hours to get me to the airport or back to the hotel. Is that enough time? Yeah. I beg your pardon. Not to me, you ain't. Yes. Okay. Clear the telephone. And we would also like to tip the hat and give a special thanks to the folks at Brian Meats for their onboard telemetry used during today's running of the race. Well, teamwork has been the theme all afternoon long. It was especially true in Mike Skinner's case. Battery went bad. He shut off all the extra power. Richard Childress got together with Larry McReynolds. They talked it over. They decided to change the battery. And, Benny, they did it in a very short time.
Less than a lap under the caution flag to change that battery. And watch Larry McReynolds say, yes, we saved going a lap down.
Matter of fact, he has moved up to 13th position because some cars who did not pit earlier have come in for pit stops, including Jimmy Spencer. He goes back to 16th. Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin and Joe Nemechek now are the top 5.
How about that pit stop by Todd Parrott and his guys on Dale Jarrett's car? Moved him all the way up to 3rd spot.
On board with Dale, who has had, or rather with Mark Martin looking up ahead toward Dale Jarrett, who has had an up and down day, but things appear to be coming together for him here in the closing stages of this race. We're about to go back to green flag racing. The green comes out on lap 246. He remains 17th position, a lap down. As on the outside, the lead lap cars form the single file. Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, Joe Nemechek, the top 5 on board with Mark Martin. He finished 3rd here last fall and has had a 7th or better finish in 4 of the last 5 races here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Jarrett, the 88 car, Mark Martin, the 6th car, been able to clear themselves up Bill Elliott's car. So now, see if they can make any headway towards catching these front cars. Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon.
And a car on the wall is Jeremy Mayfield up in turn number 4.
And the caution is out.
Mayfield down on the flat part of the racetrack, the apron, as he enters pit road, but there's a lot of damage to the right side of the Mobil 1 Ford. And boy, the teammates Jeremy Mayfield and Rusty Wallace have not had good days.
And here come a bunch of cars racing hard, trying to get a lap back. Bill Elliott comes, Terry Labonte comes. We see Rick Mast, and he does beat him to the line. Kenny Irwin, I don't think, did beat him to the line.
I think Kenny just missed by a couple of feet. But the good news is that Bill Elliott and Labonte and others were able to get a lap back. And there's the damaged machine of Jeremy Mayfield, about to go behind the wall for repairs. And members of Dale Jarrett's crew there helping to get the car behind the wall. We've seen Dale Earnhardt in the wall here early today. So was Jeffrey Bodine, Derek Cope, and now Jeremy Mayfield taste the concrete up in turn number 4. Here it is.
It's already in the wall. Can't imagine what might have happened.
Jerry Punch has a report.
Earlier today, we told you Mayfield had a problem with the throttle sticking on the car. Now, during one of the earlier caution flags about 35, 40 laps ago, they came in and made a carburetor change, thought they had the problem fixed. Guess what, guys? Not a laughing matter for that team. The throttle hung wide open that time. Mayfield didn't even have a chance to cut it off. It just went right up across the racetrack and smacked the concrete.
That must be a scary feeling at over 180 miles an hour when you lift and the accelerator stays to the floor. Well, apparently Jeremy is okay. They'll take a look at the car and may try to get it back into competition. But we're cautioned once again in the Cracker Barrel 500. Did we have the bad language? It was not very loud.
Jeremy's going over the stopped and made a pit stop. Looked to me like a medical guy. Yeah. Frankie. What's Frankie up to? All those cars have got a lap back. The 98, the 5, and the 94 stopped to change tires.
Buckshot has got the flu. He's been sick for the last 100 laps. They've been trying to find someone to put in the car, but they couldn't find anyone small enough because the seat is so he's so tiny. Yeah. I offered Crozier, but he didn't have a helmet here, so they were trying to get someone. Yeah. Bye.
You can see there at the top of your screen how the track crew is still out cleaning up some of the debris from the Jeremy Mayfield crash, for which we are under caution now. Jeremy was put on a golf cart and driven to the infield medical center just for a checkup, but he appeared to be in good shape. We also understand that the 00 car Buckshot Jones has gone behind the wall. He's been suffering from the flu all weekend.
Yeah, what these guys are looking for when a car hits the wall with the right side, normally it breaks the brake rotors, and those are heavy metal pieces, and those pieces will lay on the racetrack, so they're up there making sure they get all those pieces off the racetrack, because they will puncture the tires on another race car and cause the same problem. The car to slam in the wall.
Our NASCAR Winston Cup coverage will continue on our sister networks, ESPN and ESPN2. We'll have Bud Pole qualifying this coming Friday on ESPN2 at 3:30 from Darlington. Then Saturday, the Diamond Hill Plywood 200 NASCAR Busch Series race at 5:30 Eastern Time Saturday afternoon. On Sunday, happy hour is at 2 a.m. NASCAR Today at noon with Bill Weber preceding our live coverage on ESPN of the Trans-South Financial 400. That's at 12:30 next Sunday afternoon. All of this week, RPM Tonight and John Kernan will be coming to you from Miami as we get ready to kick off the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for 1999, and also the CART FedEx Championship Series debut for 1999. The truck race will be Saturday here on ABC at 4 o'clock, and the Toyota presents the Grand Prix of Miami race for the CART FedEx Championship Series Sunday at 4 o'clock here on ABC. So all kind of activity on ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2. And Benny will be at Miami in the Homestead Motorsports Complex
for the truck race on Saturday. I will not be there for qualifying on Friday, and Jerry Punch and Ned Jarrett will carry the Plywood 200, Diamond Hill Plywood 200. I'll be covering the truck race, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and I am so excited about that.
But you will be back with us Sunday for the Trans-South Financial 400.
I've arranged a ride back to Florence, South Carolina to be ready for the Trans-South Financial 400.
And you better be back, because they put you on the ticket for Bud Pole qualifying on Friday. You're all over the ticket that people have bought for that particular event, so we will see you there next Sunday. And
as a matter of fact, I've got to thank,
there you go.
I got to thank Jim Hunter, Russell Branham, all those folks up there for that. Look at that.
Boy, a much younger BP there as we went from left to right, huh?
Yes, a lot younger. All right, signal's been given. 1 to go as they come off the corner.
Here we go. Bobby Labonte at the front of the field with Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, Joe Nemechek, Ernie Irvin now up to 6th, followed by Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Tony Stewart, and Mike Skinner up to 10th position. We'll see if Mike, since he has that new battery, has as good a car as he did earlier and can get up there and challenge the leaders once again. And now there are 19 cars on the lead lap, because Bill Elliott, Rick Mast, and Sterling Marlin all got their lap back.
Oh, Jeff Gordon, when the corner started to go low and followed Ricky Rudd, and Ricky backed off a little bit. Jeff had to go back to veer to the right, and it cost him about a half second on the 18 car of Bobby Labonte.
Ricky Rudd is 2 laps down, running in 24th position, but right now he's positioned between the leader, Bobby Labonte, and second place, Jeff Gordon. As you can see, the lights, which really have been on all day here at the Speedway, are now becoming more of a factor because it has been dark and dreary all afternoon. Here is Gordon now, trying to have a clear shot at Bobby Labonte.
See Dale Jarrett up high on the racetrack trying to get around on Jeff Gordon. Can't quite do it. Meanwhile, Gordon just cannot get by that Ricky Rudd car.
Dale Jarrett finished second here last fall and last spring and has finished second or better in the last 5 races.
Boy, Jeff Gordon got by that time. He just drove in on the outside. And look how much he gained on Bobby Labonte that one corner.
Yep.
Now he's going back to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take the lead from the inside.
Obviously, that car works well just about any place on the racetrack. Boy, when he came off the corner, he shot up the track and came awfully close to Labonte, but had the good momentum, and Jeff Gordon goes back in the lead.
Wow. Jeff Gordon, we've seen him running for the last 150 miles. We've seen him running the top of the racetrack, the top group. Now he decides to go back to the bottom, and it's working for him. Now Bobby Labonte will go back to the bottom and follow Jeff Gordon. So let's see if that groove works for me as well. I love these two-groove racetracks so these drivers can hunt and search and try to find that fastest way around the racetrack.
Bobby Labonte's brother Terry was among those who got a lap back during that most recent caution period. He's shown back in the 16th position, but Bobby now just a matter of car lengths back in second spot. Dale Jarrett only a half second back. In fact, the first 4 cars separated by less than a second.
And all the last lap, the first 4 cars over 187 mile/hour average.
The best of all was Dale Jarrett at 187.411. There is Mark Martin, who's running 4th.
Check back there, getting a challenge from Ernie Irvan and Jeff Burton.
There's Jimmy Spencer, Kevin LePage, and Terry Labonte. They're running back in 14th, 15th, and 16th. 17th is the 94 of Bill Elliott. Here's a Brian Field summary, and the point summary shows you that Skinner continuing to hang on to the NASCAR Winston Cup points lead. Dale Jarrett moves up 5 positions at the moment to 6th in points.
But you don't see Rusty Wallace any place at all.
There he is.
Back in 11th spot, losing 9 spots today.
Rusty has not had a good day. He is 36th position, 13 laps down. Wally Dallenbach also slips out of the top 10. Joe Nemechek, Ernie Irvan, and Jeff Burton are running 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Ernie Irvan in that M&M's car, the last two races has had some great runs. Las Vegas last week had a terrific run. He had another great run here in Atlanta this week.
And this is by far Joe Nemechek's best run of 1999. His best finish so far this year was 24th at Rockingham. These shots from high overhead Atlanta are courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam. Jeff Burton trying to get to the inside of Ernie Irvan and take over the 6th spot. Ernie's best finish was just last weekend at Las Vegas, where he came home 6th. That's where he is at the moment.
See, right behind him, here comes Mike Skinner. Has moved up to the 9th spot, right behind Ward Burton.
Skinner led 79 laps of this race, but then dropped back when the battery went bad. They replaced him. Now he's trying to get back up front.
See Jeff Burton on the inside of Ernie Irvan trying to take that spot away. That is his 6th spot. And Burton I think cleared him. No, he didn't.
Not quite. In fact, Ernie battles back and retakes the spot.
Man, what a run. They're getting off high off these corners. And here comes Ward Burton right down, trying to take that spot away from Jeff. And here comes the 31-car Skinner. Every time you ease off the gas, someone behind is trying to challenge for that position.
Mike Skinner will not make a run on Ward Burton down the backstretch. Seven leaders in this race. Bobby Labonte has led 102 laps. Skinner 79. Jeff Gordon has led 62. Spencer 12. Nemechek 4. Marcus 4. And Tony Stewart has led 2. And Jeff Burton takes the spot from Ernie Irvan.
That time he will take the spot. As he comes off turn 2, he lets that car drift up and blocks that momentum off of Ernie Irvan's. Now, already Jeff Burton trying to put a challenge on the 42 car after C31 goes by the 22 car, so put Skinner up into 8th spot.
While Jeff gained a spot, Ward lost one. And here is Jeff Burton once again moving up. Got Joe Nemechek on the high side of the racetrack, and Jeff Burton goes to 5th. Started way back in 37th position.
These guys, as they're racing, they're running average speed around 182, 183 miles per hour. And meanwhile, the leaders running single file, nose to tail, are running around 185 mile per hour average.
Last lap, the fastest was Bobby Labonte, who's running in second at 185.486.
We'll see, just 58 laps to go. I tell you what, if it comes down to a splash and go, there'll be some cars caught speeding on pit road, won't there?
Mike Skinner is running about 4 3/4 seconds behind the front runner. The front runner is Jeff Gordon. There is his 1/4 of a second lead on Bobby Labonte. And then back about 1.7 seconds is the 3rd place car of Dale Jarrett. There's Dale.
Speed around 185.5 miles per hour, and Dale Jarrett just 183.5 miles per hour. So they're pulling away as we see Mike Skinner get alongside Ernie Irvan, try to take over that 7th spot. He will.
Skinner has come from the last car on the lead lap in 16th position at one time, up to battling for 7th.
Man, these guys are really getting a momentum run as they come off these corners 2 and 4.
There are the points. You see Bobby Labonte 23 behind Mike Skinner.
See Rusty moves back in the 10th spot.
And now it looks like Mike Skinner is going to complete the pass on Ernie Irvan.
The spotters help these drivers when they come off the corner and they clear the driver that they're trying to pass. The spotter says clear. They're able to move right up and block that momentum run by the guy on the outside.
Now Skinner sets his sights on Joe Nemechek, up ahead in 6th position. Looking back from the Lowe's Home Improvement on board to Ernie Irvan. There's Mark Martin and Jeff Burton, who are running in 4th and 5th. So with 272 laps completed, Jeff Gordon leads the Cracker Barrel 500, followed by Bobby Labonte, then Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Nemechek, Skinner, Irvan, and Burton and Little complete the top 10. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. And you're on the show tomorrow night? Yeah. Okay.
when can we expect these guys to make their splash and go?
Yeah, whatever it will be.
About 200. About 200. Have any idea, guys?
I got around between 285 and 95.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably right down here. BP Nelson's going to go with me. Wanted you to know.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely not. AM or PM?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make a 9:30 standby.
Is anybody on that 805 US Air?
Is that the last U.S. Air flight out tonight? But I got to go to Miami in the morning.
Okay.
I need to get home.
I'm on that 805 US Air.
Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, John Kernan, Dr. Jerry Punch. Resuming our coverage here on ABC of the Cracker Barrel 500. Jeff Burton has just gone around Dale Jarrett, and so put Jeff Burton in the 3rd position.
Yes, he's been able to get by his teammate Mark Martin, also Dale Jarrett. So now, once again, we have a Ford in 3rd spot, a Pontiac in 2nd spot, and a Chevrolet leading the race.
John Kernan has more on the run by Jeff Burton at number 99.
Jeff's crew chief Frank Stoddard's been calling out the lap times and calling out the lap times. He's telling now he's picking up the leader about a 10th and a half each lap and keeping up that pace. Frank told him just a couple of laps ago, right before he went around DJ, he says, man, Jeff, I don't know what you have found out there, but whatever you have found, keep doing it. Apparently, Burton has found a perfect line around the racetrack, and he's making up about a 10th and a half a second every lap on the leader, Jeff Gordon.
The total deficit is 4.64 seconds at the moment. Now, Jerry has a report. What are these guys thinking about their splash and go?
Well, down in the leaders pit here, Jeff Gordon, Ray Evernham is doing some calculating. I would imagine between laps 295 and 300, we will see the final stop for the DuPont team in the Rainbow Warriors. We talked about teamwork. They know that that will be the final stop, and this race could be won or lost on pit road.
Well, right now, Jeff enjoys about as big an advantage as he's had in quite a while. The advantage is over 1.1 seconds. Meanwhile, and Chad Little bumped the wall coming out of corner 4.
Didn't crack the throttle though, did he? Battle for 10th spot. He doesn't want to give it away.
Tony Stewart racing with Chad Little.
You're okay, man. You're okay. We saw what happened. You're okay.
We all saw what happened and held our breath for a moment, but a great job of saving the car by Chad Little.
And you know he had to be concerned about the tire rubbing the fender, something like that. Quickly, the crew said, you're okay, keep going.
Side all the way down the backstretch, now into the corner. Chad gets a slight advantage, but Tony Stewart comes right back.
All right, Chad, you're losing ground up, guys. You can't get by. Let's get back in line.
Telling Chad Little, you've got to pass him or get back in line because the leaders are driving away from you. Not only the leaders, but the other cars in front of you. The 22, the 36, the 42 cars are wanting to beat before this race day is over.
Yeah, they're about a second now up ahead, whereas the leaders are about 10.5 seconds ahead of the 9th and 10th place cars. Side by side at over 180 miles an hour.
I think Chad is not going to decide to back off, let Tony Stewart go. Contact between the two, but he's going to try it once again.
And a great job of saving that by Tony Stewart. It is the first year of competition.
They swap positions. Now Chad's on the inside, Tony Stewart's on the outside.
They're all around.
And while those two guys were racing,
All right,
Bobby
settle back
Hamilton
in and get going back after them. Y'all can run them guys down and still get by them.
Bobby Hamilton in 12th. This is the Briggs & Stratton onboard camera.
tight, still too tight.
Looking inside. Inside. Still looking inside. Clear, clear.
Was telling Chad that Bobby Hamilton was looking inside for the pass.
Clear, clear.
John Andretti there sliding up the racetrack. He's in 27th position, 3 laps down the field.
See, now Tony Stewart has caught that group of cars after he and Chad Little stopped racing. He was able to run that group down in front of me. Now he's challenging the 22 car for Ward Burton.
Well, we've completed 286 laps, and if the calculations from the pits are correct, we should see in the next 10 laps some of the drivers stop for splash and go. They're going to need fuel to finish the event. Ward Burton.
We still got to make another stop. We're going to get you some positions.
Ward Burton racing with Ernie Irvan as Tony Stewart and Chad Little look on.
Chad Little got to make another stop, and in that stop, they're going to get him some positions. Well, okay, let's see if Jeff Hammond and that crew can do that.
Tony Stewart on the inside of Ward Burton. This is for the 9th position.
Chad's going to say, please, Tony, try that one more time on the bottom of the racetrack, because I will try it on the outside once again.
Chad Little has never finished in the top 10 in his 11 races here at Atlanta. Currently in 11.
He's got a great run on Tony Stewart. When you come off the corner, once again, that outside line gets that momentum run, pulls back in front.
Chad Little didn't even qualify for this race a year ago.
Great battle with Ernie Irvan all the way back to Bobby Hamilton.
It really is. The 71 car, Dave Marcus, not on the lead lap. He's 8 laps down in 34th, but 4 or 5 of these cars running together here appear to be very equally matched. Jeff Gordon has lengthened his lead over Bobby Labonte to 1.3 seconds as he tries to get as much distance between himself and Labonte as possible before coming in for the funeral.
There you see what 1.3 seconds is on the racetrack. Probably about 100 yards.
He comes up on the 28 car of Kenny Irwin to put him 3 laps down. Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett running very close together out there on the racetrack.
There they are. That is a battle for the 4th spot. Jeff Burton able to get by a few laps from that teammate Mark Martin, 6 car. The Valvoline car comes up to challenge. Mark is still running the very bottom of the racetrack, right on that white line. Looks like that is going to work for him as he tries to get by Dale Jarrett. Looks like he will make that pass.
In the last 6 races here at Atlanta, Mark Martin has 5 top 10s, including 1 win.
And here comes Dale Jarrett.
Here comes Jarrett down to Bill Weber.
3,500 RPM. They've talked it over. Dale Jarrett's car is a little tight. DJ just asked Todd, what are we doing? Todd goes, just what we talked about. They were talking about doing 2 right side tires. DJ said, if you're willing to take a chance, so am I. So instead of a splash and go, it's fuel and right side tires. See if teamwork can win this 500-mile race for Dale Jarrett. They're waiting. They're waiting on the rear tire, and now DJ's away. 11.8.
Trouble there on the right rear, and that cost him dearly.
2 or 3 seconds, and you know, if this thing goes green the rest of the way, all the way to lap 325, 2 or 3 seconds is going to mean a great deal.
Less than 32 laps remain in the Cracker Barrel 500. There's the leader, Jeff Gordon, with a 1.25 second lead on Bobby Labonte. Meanwhile, the scramble continues behind him. Joe Nemechek in 42, Tony Stewart in 20, and Ernie Irvan in 36.
And run across Rich Bickle, the slower car. This is not going to be pretty. 3 wide. But Bickle wisely goes all the way down next to the grass to give these guys room.
Bickle 6 laps down, running in 30th spot. Tony Stewart battling with Ernie Irvan for the 7th position and gets it.
Having an exceptional run here today for the first time at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Dale Jarrett with that pit stop just a moment ago has gone a lap down. That's the risk that you take. If you stop with a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit on pit road, you will go a lap down to these cars that are out there running 180, 90 miles per hour.
Jeff Burton running third. Passing some of the slower cars. He's waiting for word to come in for the splash and go. Understand that the 24 and the 99 may come in for the splash and go together in 2 laps. There's the 3-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Won Daytona earlier this year.
Comes off turn 4. Completing another lap.
28 to go. Rainbow Warriors are ready.
All right, they've got something to clean the windshield. The tire changers, the jack man is ready. Are they going to change tires? He's waving. Jeff Gordon's waving the cars behind him. I'm going in the pits. So here he comes.
Ward Burton has come in. He works his way down pit road at 45 miles an hour. Jeff Gordon, Bill Weber, here he comes.
Ward Burton is on pit road. He's been telling his crew his car is very, very tight. They rip away the tearaway on the windshield. They're going to give him right side tires and fuel, waiting for the lug nuts to be tight. A quick stop for them. He's away. Gordon will follow him down pit road toward Jerry Bunch.
3,700 RPMs in second gear. Jeff Gordon brings to a halt. This is what it's all about, teamwork. The Rainbow Warriors Sunday able to give Jeff Gordon a shot. Gordon able to give this team what they deserve. He is down and away. The 31 on pit road. Mike Skinner getting right side tires. They clean the windshield. Remember the battery problem. And now he is down and away, almost getting the right front tire changer as he leaves.
It was an 8.2-second pit stop for Jeff Gordon as he got right side tires and fuel. We're on board with Bobby Labonte, whose pit is the very last one, Jerry.
Right side tires going on the Interstate Batteries Pontiac. Jimmy Maycar and the crew now got it full of fuel. Is all they want to put in. 1 can. Right side tires, a great pit stop for the 18 crew.
It was even faster, 7.8 seconds for Bobby Labonte. Now,
there goes the 24 car. Where's the 18 going to come back on the racetrack? Remember, he's trying to get up to speed. Where's the 18 car? Who's going to be in front? John Kernan.
Jeff Burton is in right side tires only, an air pressure adjustment to loosen the car up. A very, very good stop to Bill Weber.
One more piece of the puzzle. Mark Martin on pit road. Right side tires for him as well. They work to clean the windshield. The fuel's in and Mark's away. In lightning fast time, he beats Burton out of the pits.
Mark coming out just ahead of Jeff Burton. On the racetrack, the leader of the race is Tony Stewart. There is Jeff Gordon. And up ahead of him is Bobby Labonte. Jerry Punch. Tony Stewart is in.
Again, 45 miles per hour for the 27-year-old rookie here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The Home Depot Pontiac for Tony Stewart. Greg Cianfelli Company. No time. Fuel only. The fuel. He is away.
Chad Little also makes a pit stop. He did lead a lap, but now has given that up to come in for his needed splash of fuel, Jerry.
What a difference a year makes for Chad Little. A year ago, he did not even qualify for this event. He comes in now for the final pit stop as the leader. And come on the pit road. Jeff Hammond and the crew, the John Deere crew, going to work. They will change right side tires. They scrub the windshield. Getting way down fuel in. Chad Little is down and away.
Good stop for that team. 8.2 seconds. Jimmy Spencer is going out of the pits after completing his stop. The 40 car of Sterling Marlin shown as the leader right now. But again, everybody Labonte will have to cycle through because nobody can, we assume, make it on the amount of fuel they have.
Sterling Marlin didn't stop until lap 252. Now, it's hard to imagine he'd been able to run 73 laps, but there he is, and he may try it.
And look at the distance that Jeff Gordon has gained on Bobby Labonte just in the last few laps. As a matter of fact, Jeff Gordon is passing Bobby Labonte.
When it's all over and said and done with, this should be the pass for the win. John Kernan.
Terry Labonte, who had moved up to the 3rd spot, is now waiting. They finally get the right side tire, right front tire on, and he's down and away.
Meanwhile, back out on the racetrack, Gordon begins to separate himself from Bobby Labonte just a little bit. Now, at the moment, this is the battle for 4th position as Sterling Marlin, Bill Elliott, and Kevin LePage are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but have not pitted yet. As Benny indicated, when they will have to come in for a pit stop, it should go back to this battle between Gordon and Bobby Labonte. We'll take a break and return with the closing laps of the Cracker Barrel 500 after this from our ABC stations. Then I'll explain that we'll have to get off the air early and okay. Okay. I know how this business goes. We're just glad that we could be on ABC, giving this tremendous coverage to a larger audience.
That's about it for the media, too.
Okay. Speedway, and for those of you tuning in for ABC's World News tonight, it will be coming up immediately after the conclusion of our race, except on the West Coast. And when the race concludes, we will have to get off the air immediately here on ABC, but we invite you to join us for RPM tonight. Tomorrow night, John Kernan, who will have the complete rundown and an interview with our winner. Benny Parsons will join him, of course, tomorrow night, and RPM tonight will be on tonight also with the complete rundown of what happened here at Atlanta Motor Speedway and the interview with the winner. 6:30 tonight on ESPN2. Okay.
Sterling Marlin, the Coors Light car. This car that was running 2nd spot, Bill Elliott, is now making his way on the pit road. John Kernan.
And it's just a gas and go for Bill Elliott with no tires as Kevin LePage also comes on to pit road. They did make a chassis adjustment on the left rear of Elliott's car with 15 to go.
Huge speed difference between 45 miles an hour, what you have to maintain on pit road. Here is Sterling Marlin, who's decided to come in for his pit stop, Bill.
They warned him about his pit road speed. He needs 6 gallons of fuel. Sterling said, "I'd like to have 2 tires." Team manager Tony Glover said, "We will not win the race if we take tires. This is our only chance. Gas only. He's away." We'll see what happens.
Just 4 seconds to get a little bit of fuel into that car, and Sterling Marlin rolls back onto the speedway. That is Darrell Waltrip right behind him. Well, Jeff Gordon now is the leader of this race. There's Ray Evernham, the crew chief, on the car. He has just about a second advantage over Bobby Labonte and almost a 5 3/4 second lead on 3rd place, Mark Martin. And look at the speed difference in the last lap. Jeff Gordon ran 185, where Bobby Labonte only 184.4.
They're able to do that with just changing right side tires on that last stop. See Terry Labonte, the 5 car, about to go a lap down to Jeff Gordon. He's back in 14th spot. The 40 car, Sterling Marlin, just made that pit stop. There he goes. He is a lap down to Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte, and almost contact there between the 40 and 18.
Very, very close. Bobby Labonte runs in second, about a second and a half behind. There is the interval on the racetrack between first and second. Ted Musgrave in the 75 car between first and second. 314 laps have been completed. We have less than 11 laps to go. There are 14 cars on the lead lap. Make that 13 because Terry Labonte just got passed by Gordon going a lap down. Bobby Hamilton, the last car on the lead lap, in 13th spot. Labonte started his race from the pole position as he did last week at Las Vegas. And for those of you tuning in for World News tonight, Sunday, it will be coming up immediately after the checkered flag falls here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Less than 10 to go. Here are the points summary on our Brian Field summary report, with Skinner hanging on to the points lead and Jeff Gordon jumping 2 positions up into 3rd spot. Season is very young, though. Michael Waltrip up to 10th in the point standings, gaining 3 positions here in this event.
I saw the Jeff Gordon run across Terry Labonte just a moment ago to put him a lap down, and that is Jeff Gordon's teammate, and he really didn't offer that much resistance when the 24 car drove up. I thought maybe he might offer just a little bit because, after all, the guy in 2nd spot is his brother. You wonder which is thicker, blood or money.
That's right. I'm sure that he's not going to hold his brother up when Bobby has a chance at Jeff Gordon, although his chance is dwindling because the laps are clicking off and the interval is 2.5 seconds. Here's Labonte up to pass Steve Park, running in 33rd position, 8 laps down.
That lap by Bobby Labonte was just a shade quicker than Jeff Gordon, but not enough to make up the difference of 2.5 seconds that he's behind right now. And Mark Martin is taking over the 3rd spot. After that exchange of pit stops, Jeff Burton is in 4th, and JD car Dale Jarrett is in 5th.
6 laps to go at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon looking for his 44th career victory and his 2nd of 1999. Darrell Waltrip will, if things continue to go the rest of the way, will have himself a top 20 finish. He's 2 laps down, but Darrell Waltrip has driven from the previous champion's provisional 43rd starting position to run 20th at the moment.
5 laps to go, 4.5 laps to go, but folks, anything can happen. On the ARCA race on Saturday afternoon, the leader, just about 4 or 5 laps to go, coming off turn 4. About this spot that Jeff Gordon is right now, all of a sudden, boom, the right front tire loses there, he's in the wall. So anything can happen with these cars.
Completion of lap 321, 4 laps to go. The interval is at 2.73 seconds between Gordon and Bobby Labonte. And we remind you, we won't have time to interview Jeff Gordon here on ABC, but RPM tonight at 6:30 on ESPN2. We'll have the interview with a complete rundown. And John Kernan will have the RPM Tonight report this coming week from Homestead, Florida.
Here's a battle back for the 12th spot. That's Bobby Hamilton that has it from a Briggs & Stratton onboard camera. Joe Nemechek, Bell South car, trying to take it away.
And here comes Jeff Gordon up to try to put these guys a lap down.
On the back stretch, Nemechek just rolls over, let Jeff Gordon go.
Nemechek in 13th. World News times by light rain showers, but we're going to get the complete distance in.
Here he comes off the corner. Jeff Gordon down the start-finish line. The white flag is out.
One more lap to go for Jeff Gordon. On his way to his 44th career win and second of 1999. Bobby Labonte 2.5 seconds behind. Mark Martin is third. Jeff Burton fourth. Dale Jarrett is fifth, followed by Mike Skinner, Ernie Irvin, Ward Burton, Chad Little, and Tony Stewart. Here's the number 24 DuPont Chevrolet coming off of corner number 4. Jeff Gordon wins the Cracker Barrel 500 at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Another victory for Jeff Gordon and the Rainbow Warriors. The final margin was 2.54 seconds over Bobby Labonte. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. For Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch, I'm Bob Jenkins from Atlanta Motor Speedway. So long, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I can go to the pumps. And where's Matt? Where you at, Matt?
I just picked up my cameraman. I'm right at the opening going into the garage by Gordon's hauler.
Okay. Okay. That's where we're going.
Okay.
I need a news flag, Brad Hinton, if you can hear me back there. Okay. Starting to rain. 24 to the wind tunnel, guys. 24 to the wind tunnel.
Yes, I do.
Everybody back. Everybody back. Get out of the shot, please. Get out of the shot. Out of the shot, please. Whenever you're ready, Jeffrey. At the Atlanta Motor Speedway, Jeff Gordon is now pulling the victory lane, and of course that is true headed that way right now after Jeff has another victory. The 44th is still a very young career for Jeff Gordon. Okay. He continues to assault the record book, but it's all over. It'll be interesting to see just how many records are falling over this weekend. Jeff is currently at the Rail 500. Bobby Labonte, I'll let you back to Michael Speed Block, Mark Martin, third, Jeff Gordon, fourth, Dale Jarrett, fifth, and then Mike Skinner.
Jeff Gordon climbs out in victory lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations.
What an incredible day. Boy, I got to thank God for blessing us. You know, we just never gave up as a team, and you know, Ray and I have been saying that we feel like we're communicating better than we ever have. We got more confidence in each other, and it certainly showed today. I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes and Quaker State, Pepsi, GMAC, Advance Auto Parts, and this Monte Carlo was awesome today. I tell you, we had to work on it today. It wasn't that perfect at the beginning, and I was a little uncomfortable, but boy, once we started tuning on that thing late in the day, and the lights came on, that thing was a rocket.
We saw you drive two different grooves during the pit stops. Early on with fresh tires, bottom of the racetrack, and then you yourself moved up a lane and picked up the speed.
Well, you know, I really committed myself to the bottom all day long, and I told myself I'm going to run the bottom, and I was just wearing the right front out, then I'd get loose and wear the right rear out. I just could not get it to work down there, so I found out that my car was really good down there in the first 5 or 10 laps, And then I saw Bobby, I saw Jarrett, saw some other guys. Jeff Bodine was one of them that were really being able to use that outside lane, and that was the only way you could make that car last and be consistent on the long runs was to get up high. And it was a little hairy up there a couple times, but it worked. And I tell you what, Bobby Labonte drove a great race. He pushed me hard the whole way, and he got out there in front of me that last time after that pit stop, and I thought we were in big trouble.
We talked about teamwork today, about how important it is to have you and the Rainbow Warriors all work together. What a difference a year makes. Last year, 19th, 2 laps down. Today, you're in victory lane.
Well, that's one thing about Ray Evernham and these Rainbow Warriors and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, whether it be the chassis or engine department. They go to work where we feel like we need help, and you know, we felt like we needed help at Las Vegas. We finished third there. Needed help here. We won the last race here in this race. Now our next goal is Texas. If we can run good at Texas, then we've really done something. But this team is just incredible right now.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Jeff Gordon wins the 40th running of the Cracker Barrel 500.
Test, test, test. Yeah, I need to start out on a 2, and then you can push in. All right. Well, it wouldn't be Atlanta without a great run by Bobby Labonte. You started on the pole and almost pulled off the victory.
Yeah, our car just didn't like the 2 tires there at the end, and Jeff came on real strong. And it took me a while to get the air build up in them or something like that, I guess. So, but, you know, hey, we got a good run. It was a good, solid finish for us. Last fall, we didn't run that good, and then we fell out pretty early, so we weren't around to see the end. So it's a good day for everybody on the Interstate Pontiac. Congratulate Jeff for a great run today. And, you know, we just came home with a solid finish, and that's what we need to do.
There was a lot of dicey racing going on, especially between yourself and the 24 late in the going.
Yeah, you know, there were so many different lines out there to try. I mean, it was really working out good late in the run there. And new tires, you run around the bottom, and then old tires, you go up high. But, yeah, we had a lot of fun. You know, it was a good run for us again. But, you know, just a little bit too tight there at the end. The tires just didn't come to us. But, you know, Jeff won this race last fall, and, you know, he had the upper hand probably as far as what the car was going to do over especially me. So, you know, hey, we'll take it. Please, we'll just go on to the next one. You know, at least we finished this one, and we finished the top 5.
How much did the weather affect your car because of the rain last night?
It really wasn't bad. We made enough changes last night. I don't think the monsoon would have come or been 150 degrees outside would have made much difference because we changed so much stuff that it really didn't matter. We weren't that good, so Saturday afternoon. But so, you know, those guys did a good job changing a lot of the right things and made the car a lot better today.
Some great stops on pit road, a great run on the racetrack. Bobby Labonte comes home second today in Atlanta.
Just cut straight to him. Okay, well, Jeff Burton from the back to the front, almost to the very front.
Well, we weren't quite good enough to run with 18 in the 24. They put on a clinic today. They just had great race cars, and doesn't surprise me. Those two get around here so good, and those teams do a great job. But the Exide team had a good day. Long way to go, but you know, my guys never give up, and when we qualify poorly, they just go to work harder and try to figure out how we can get it to the front. And had decent pit stops today, and just real proud of them. They no matter what, they keep digging.
One brief scare. Did you think you had a tire going down at one point?
I went into 3, and it turned sideways, and I told them, I said, okay, that's the save of the year so far. I mean, because it jumped out from under me really bad. I thought I was getting a wreck bad, and then I went on. It was fine. So I must have been something on the racetrack or something, but it just jumped sideways on me.
Yep. We have Dale Jarrett, too. They are. We don't actually physically have him yet, but he will be here momentarily.
Right now we're trying to find Mike Skinner. He's not at the truck.
Okay, put Burton back online. I'm going to listen to this then.
Whenever you need for us to bail, Neil, you just tell me.
To go, though, so we got to keep digging and really pay attention to all the little details.
Go ahead. I can find her right back to the hotel or the airport. Seriously, Chevy and I are on the same flight.
Are you close? Okay, just jump. Okay. Jeff, off the win last week and the great finish here, obviously that's important for the points.
Well, we have to be consistent, and being consistent keeps you in the Winston Cup point hunt, and that's what we've done the last 3 weeks. A lot of racing to go. We got to maintain this.
Jeff, you started way in the back of the pack, and you made it all the way to the front. Talk about your day.
We had a really good race car. The 24 and the 18 put on a clinic today. They did a great job. I just couldn't run with those guys. At times during the runs I could, but overall they were just faster than we were. No great surprise. They both get around here good, and the teams do a great job. So come back to Atlanta, make some changes for next time, try to be a little bit better. But all in all, real proud of the XI team. Everybody did a great job.
Do you feel you had a tire going down?
No, I thought I did just for a brief second, but I didn't. Just after it jumped sideways on me in the middle of 3 and 4, about halfway through the race, and I backed up quite a bit. Gave up a lot of track position, but I had to slow down just to make sure that everything was okay, and gave up some track position, but it was okay.
All right, another fine finish today for Jeff Burke.
Darlington, obviously a track you run very well at.
We're excited about going to Darlington. There's no question about it, and that's the way we race. We get done this race, think about the next one, and Darlington's next race. We led an awful lot of laps there, but nobody remembers how many you lead. They remember if you win or not. We hadn't done that yet, so we're going there hoping to improve on our finishes, to run as well as we've run, but to improve on our finishes.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Waiting on DJ. They're getting him.
Fat boy, stop a second. We need to get him. Okay. Same thing, 2, and then going. Well, Mike Skinner started on the outside of the front row, led, had some troubles. Boy, perseverance really paid off today.
Just never say never. You know, we just doggone, we thought we had it today, but you know, I'm satisfied with this finish after what happened. You know, the alternator obviously went out on the car, and when that happened, you know, running the engine on real low voltage, we either harmed the ignition boxes real bad or the engine itself. But they got a battery back in the thing, and she just never would go again after that. The car drove great. Guys had great pit stops as usual. We thought we had something to prove today, and we thought we could win the race, but we didn't. And you know, we just got to keep top 10 in them. That's all we can do. You know, we're on a streak of these top 10s, and Darlington's a tough place for this race team. And if we get out there with top 10, I think that'll be a statement in itself. But I'm proud of my Chevrolet, proud of Lowe's, proud of this whole race team.
A year ago at this time, how would you and this team have reacted to trouble like that?
Well, I think they would have done the same thing. You know, I don't think a year ago our pit stops were as sporty as they are now. But, you know, I think we got beat out of the pits once today, you know, and Bobby beat us out once, and maybe twice, but boy, those guys was tough, and that's how you finish good in the points. You know, I'm not saying this is a championship race team, but if we keep on doing what we're doing, we should get a good finish in the points this year, and we just got to stay out of these wrecks and keep the fenders on that Lowe's Monte Carlo and keep top 10 in them. Doggone it, I can't be displeased with this finish today. I really can't.
Well, another top 6 finish today in Atlanta as he goes on to Darlington, the point leader.
Last year I left with my head taped to a stretcher.
Bill. Well, you started up front, you went to the back, and you got back to the front. That's quite a chore here.
Yeah, we did a lot of work all day. Just could never seem to get everything right. The motor was a little flat all day. I don't know if something got in the carburetor or what, but we never turned the RPMs that we turned yesterday in practice, and that made it difficult. But guys worked hard, and you know, we managed to get back in the top 5.
You really did a lot of it on the track because they did have some problems on pit road. The bad jack, and then they did hold you for a speeding ticket.
Yeah, we overcame a lot today. So, yeah, those are the kind of days that if you can come out with something decent, you feel pretty good about.
How was that car overall, Dale?
It wasn't bad. We just we were a little bit tight in the center of the corner, and yeah, that kept me a little off all day long. wasn't bad on new tires, but then it would get too tight later on. So couldn't seem to get that out. If we got that out of it, I was way too loose at the beginning, and so had to compromise somewhere.
And Darlington's next, and I know you're smiling about that.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Darlington. Hopefully we can get back into victory lane there.
Thank you. Okay.
Bobby right here.
Okay.
We got. Okay. Jeff Gordon climbs out in victory lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations. Okay.
Jeff Gordon has arrived in victory lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, having won the Cracker Barrel 500, his second victory of 1999. Here's the McDonald's Winner's Circle interview and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon climbs out in victory lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations.
What an incredible day. Boy, I got to thank God for blessing us. You know, we just never gave up as a team. And, you know, Ray and I have been saying that we feel like we're communicating better than we ever have. We got more confidence in each other, and it certainly showed today. I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes and Quaker State, Pepsi, GMAC, Advanced Auto Parts, and this Monte Carlo was awesome today. I tell you, we had to work on it today. It wasn't that perfect at the beginning, and I was a little uncomfortable. But boy, once we started tuning on that thing late in the day, and the lights came on, that thing was a rocket.
We saw you drive two different grooves during the pit stops. Early on with fresh tires, bottom of the racetrack, and then you yourself moved up a lane and picked up the speed.
Well, you know, I really committed myself to the bottom all day long, and I told myself I'm going to run the bottom, and I was just wearing the right front out, then I'd get loose and wear the right rear out. I just could not get it to work down there, so I found out that my car was really good down there in the first 5 or 10 laps, and then I saw Bobby, I saw Jarrett, saw some other guys. Jeff Bodine was one of them that were really being able to use that outside lane, and that was the only way you could make that car last and be consistent on the long runs, was to get up high. And it was a little hairy up there a couple times, but it worked. And I tell you what, Bobby Labonte drove a great race. He pushed me hard the whole way, and he got out there in front of me that last time after that pit stop, and I thought we were in big trouble.
We talked about teamwork today, about how important it is to have you and the Rainbow Warriors all work together. What a difference a year makes. Last year, 19th, 2 laps down. Today, you're in victory lane.
Well, that's one thing about Ray Evernham and these Rainbow Warriors and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, whether it be the chassis or engine department. They go to work where we feel like we need help, and you know, we felt like we needed help at Las Vegas. We finished 3rd there. Needed help here. We won the last race here and this race. Now our next goal is Texas. If we can run good at Texas, then we've really done something. But this team is just incredible right now.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jeff Gordon wins the 40th running of the Cracker Barrel 500.
And a kiss from wife Brooke, and here are the unofficial results. Bobby Labonte coming home second. Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett complete the top 5. There were 12 cars on the lead lap when the checkered flag fell. Notice that Michael Waltrip beat out Tony Stewart there for a top 10 finish.
And see, Jimmy Spencer gambled a couple of times. If it just didn't rain at the right time, he could have won today. He will finish 17th.
Darrell Waltrip finishes in 20th position. Here are the other finishers in today's race. Kyle Petty finishes in 43rd position. Dale Earnhardt crashed but came back, got a few points, and ended up in 40th spot. Here are the point standings now after 4 events. Bobby Labonte is second in the points, 32 behind. Jeff Gordon moves up to third in the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings. Darlington is next. Our coverage begins this coming Friday with Bud pole qualifying. Again, congratulations to Jeff Gordon, winner here at Atlanta. We'll see you in Darlington. So long, everyone. Yes. Okay. Okay. Wow, Lina. Okay.
And, you know, we felt like we needed help.
Joining us here this afternoon for Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch, I'm Bob Jenkins from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Another victory for Jeff Gordon and the Rainbow Warriors. The final margin was 2.54 seconds over Bobby Labonte. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon for Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch. I'm Bob Jenkins from Atlanta Motor Speedway. And we'll be back to talk with Jeff Gordon in Victory Lane in just a moment. Jeff Gordon has arrived in Victory Lane.
Okay.
Jeff Gordon has arrived in Victory Lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, having won the Cracker Barrel 500, his second victory of 1999. Here's a McDonald's Winner's Circle interview and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon climbs out in Victory Lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations.
What an incredible day. Well, I got to thank God for blessing us. You know, we just never gave up as a team. And, you know, Ray and I have been saying that we feel like we're communicating better than we ever have. We got more confidence in each other, and it certainly showed today. I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finish.
Okay.
Jeff Gordon has arrived in victory lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, having won the Cracker Barrel 500, his second victory of 1999. Here's the McDonald's Winner's Circle interview and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon climbs out in victory lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations.
What an incredible day. Boy, I got to thank God for blessing us. You know, we just never gave up as a team. And, you know, Ray and I have been saying that we feel like we're communicating better than we ever have. We got more confidence in each other, and it certainly showed today. I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes and Quaker State, Pepsi, GMAC, Advance Auto Parts, and this Monte Carlo was awesome today. I tell you, we had to work on it today. It wasn't that perfect at the beginning, and I was a little uncomfortable. But boy, once we started tuning on that thing late in the day, and the lights came on, that thing was a rocket.
We saw you drive two different grooves during the pit stops. Early on with fresh tires, bottom of the racetrack, and then you yourself moved up a lane and picked up the speed.
Well, you know, I really committed myself to the bottom all day long, and I told myself I'm going to run the bottom, I'm going to run the bottom. And I was just wearing the right front out, then I'd get loose and wear the right rear out. I just could not get it to work down there. So I found out that my car was really good down there in the first 5 or 10 laps. And then I saw Bobby, I saw Jarrett, saw some other guys. Jeff Bodine was one of them that were really being able to use that outside lane. And that was the only way you could make that car last and be consistent on the long runs, was to get up high. And it was a little hairy up there a couple times, but it worked. And I tell you what, Bobby Labonte drove a great race. He pushed me hard the whole way, and he got out there in front of me that last time after that pit stop, and I thought we were in big trouble.
We talked about teamwork today, about how important it is to have you and the Rainbow Warriors all work together. What a difference a year makes. Last year, 19th, 2 laps down. Today, you're in victory lane.
Well, that's one thing about Ray Evernham and these Rainbow Warriors and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, whether it be the chassis or engine department. They go to work where we feel like we need help, and you know, we felt like we needed help at Las Vegas. We finished third there. Needed help here. We won the last race here and this race. Now our next goal is Texas. If we can run good at Texas, then we've really done something. But this team is just incredible right now.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jeff Gordon wins the 40th running of the Cracker Barrel 500.
And a kiss from Wycrook, and here are the unofficial results. Bobby Labonte coming home second. Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett complete the top 5. There were 12 cars on the lead lap when the checkered flag fell. Notice that Michael Walter beat out Tony Stewart there for a top 10 finish.
You see, Jimmy Spencer gambled a couple of times. If it just didn't rain at the right time, he could have won today. He will finish 17th.
Darrell Waltrip finishes in 20th position. Here are the other finishers in today's race. Kyle Petty finishes in 43rd position. Dale Earnhardt crashed but came back, got a few points, and ended up in 40th spot. Here are the point standings now after 4 events. Bobby Labonte is second in the points, 32 behind. Jeff Gordon moves up to third in the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings. Darlington is next. Our coverage begins this coming Friday with Bud pole qualifying. Again, congratulations to Jeff Gordon, winner here at Atlanta. We'll see you in Darlington. So long, everyone.
Okay.
Jeff Gordon has arrived in victory lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, having won the
Okay.
Jeff Gordon has arrived in victory lane here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, having won the Cracker Barrel 500, his second victory of 1999. Here's the McDonald's Winner's Circle interview and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon climbs out in victory lane at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and just as he takes the checkered flag, the skies open up and it begins to rain, but nothing is going to rain on your parade today. Congratulations.
What an incredible day. Boy, I got to thank God for blessing us. You know, we just never gave up as a team, and you know, Ray and I have been saying that we feel like we're communicating better than we ever have. We got more confidence in each other, and it certainly showed today. I want to thank DuPont Automotive Finishes and Quaker State, Pepsi, GMAC, Advanced Auto Parts, and this Monte Carlo was awesome today. I tell you, we had to work on it today. It wasn't that perfect at the beginning, and I was a little uncomfortable. But boy, once we started tuning on that thing late in the day, and the lights came on, that thing was a rocket.
We saw you drive two different grooves during the pit stops. Early on with fresh tires, bottom of the racetrack, and then you yourself moved up a lane and picked up the speed.
Well, you know, I really committed myself to the bottom all day long, and I told myself I'm going to run the bottom, and I was just wearing the right front out, then I'd get loose and wear the right rear out. I just could not get it to work down there, so I found out that my car was really good down there in the first 5 or 10 laps, and then I saw Bobby, I saw Jarrett, saw some other guys. Jeff Bodine was one of them that were really being able to use that outside lane, and that was the only way you could make that car last and be consistent on the long runs, was to get up high. And it was a little hairy up there a couple times, but it worked. And I tell you what, Bobby Labonte drove a great race. He pushed me hard the whole way, and he got out there in front of me that last time after that pit stop, and I thought we were in big trouble.
We talked about teamwork today, about how important it is to have you and the Rainbow Warriors all work together. What a difference a year makes. Last year, 19th, 2 laps down. Today, you're in victory lane.
Well, that's one thing about Ray Evernham and these Rainbow Warriors and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports, whether it be the chassis or engine department. They go to work where we feel like we need help, and you know, we felt like we needed help at Las Vegas. We finished third there. Needed help here. We won the last race here and this race. Now our next goal is Texas. If we can run good at Texas, then we've really done something. But this team is just incredible right now.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jeff Gordon wins the 40th running of the Cracker Barrel 500.
And a kiss from wife Brooke, and here are the unofficial results. Bobby Labonte coming home second. Mark Martin, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett complete the top 5. There were 12 cars on the lead lap when the checkered flag fell. Notice that Michael Walter beat out Tony Stewart there for a top 10 finish.
You see Jimmy Spencer gambled a couple of times. If it just had rained at the right time, he could have won today. He will finish 17th.
Darrell Waltrip finishes in 20th position. Here are the other finishers in today's race. Kyle Petty finishes in 43rd position. Dale Earnhardt crashed but came back, got a few points, and ended up in 40th spot. Here are the point standings now after 4 events. Bobby Labonte is second in the points, 32 behind. Jeff Gordon moves up to third in the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings. Darlington is next. Our coverage begins this coming Friday with Bud pole qualifying. Again, congratulations to Jeff Gordon, winner here at Atlanta. We'll see you in Darlington. So long, everyone.
seemed like a quiet day for you, but it looked like you had what you needed toward the end.
Well, the Valvoline team did a great job on pit. No, to the way.
Ready? Randy, you cool? Ready? Well, it seemed like a quiet day for you, but it looked like you had what you needed toward the end.
Well, the Valvoline team did a great job on pit road today. Boy, we sure missed it bad to start with, but we worked on the car and we got it better and we got some long runs. We couldn't keep up with some of those guys, but on the long runs, you know, we did a lot better. They could just run us to death there on new tires, but once their tires would give up, you know, we'd make a move and move along pretty good. It was a good run for us. I'm real happy to run third, you know, as far off as we were. We could have gone a lap down real easy early.
When the car wasn't working, Mark, was it a scary loose or was it a push?
Our car was loose. Big.
Oh, thanks, Mark. Weber's going to try to get him. Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Well, you started middle of the pack and pushed it up toward the front and stayed there.
Yeah, the M&M's Pontiac, I mean, it ran pretty good. We kept working on it, we still never had nothing to run with the front runners, but right there at the end when we put two tires on, that was the best the car was, and, you know, I mean, it was very competitive.
Seemed like you couldn't get track position all day until there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were working on our car all day. You know, again, if you lose a couple spots in the pits, it doesn't really matter if you're going to be able to make them up on the racetrack, and we kept working on it.
Did it seem like you were better on short runs than the longer ones?
No, not really. Actually, I was better probably on the longer ones, but you know, again, you know, the Hendricks motor was real good, and everything was there, and right now we just get some more to build on.
Thank you, Ernie.
Hey, Ernie.
Dale, any idea what happened? Not really. The car was really running great, was, you know, moving up pretty good. And all right. Dale, any idea what happened? Not really. The car was really running great, was, you know, moving up pretty good, and all of a sudden the car just got out from under me. I thought I hit some oil or a tire or something went down, but It didn't look like it on the replay. It just got out from under me, got around, and hit the wall. It just aggravating. We've had enough bad luck. It's time to have some good luck. Dale, any idea what happened? Not really. The car was really running great. Was, you know, moving up pretty good, and all of a sudden the car just got out from under me. I thought I'd hit some oil or a tire or something went down, but it didn't look like it on the replay. It just got out from under me, got around, and hit the wall. It just aggravating. We've had enough bad luck. It's time to have some good luck.
Well, that was a disappointment. What a great run, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm proud of this whole power team. The run is good this early in our...
Well, that was a disappointment. What a great run, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm proud of this whole power team. The run is good this early in our career, or our season with this brand new team is pretty unbelievable and not unexpected, but unbelievable. And we're proud of the team and just sorry that it ended this way today.
What happened?
I think I ran over something, cut a right front tire. Just going in the corner, all of a sudden it was going straight at the wall, and believe me, not a good feeling.
Jeff, are you guys starting to feel a little snake pit?
No, not at all. It's just, that's racing, and you know, we should come back next week and try it again. You hate to see it, but like I said, it's just part of racing.
Anything to take positive out of this? You did run pretty good, though.
Yeah, to run that good, that's positive. I mean, I'm tickled to death. My goodness. This whole team has something to really be proud of, and you know, we're sorry it ended this way, but we're sure proud of the way we ran today.
Thanks for your time.
Okay.
I'm okay.